Thank you, Kasia. I hope everybody had a nutritious and sustaining lunch, because we have 5 speakers for the next panel discussion and panel. And our first speaker is Professor Krzysztof Piotr Skowroński from Opole University. Professor Skowroński has authored and edited numerous books devoted to American philosophy, and in particular on pragmatism and neo-pragmatism, Santayana, Richard Rorty, John Locke, and Hermann Sadkamp. Professor Skowroński is one of the forerunners of research in American philosophy in Poland and has organized numerous international events devoted to the topic. Polish philosophy is another important area of interest for him. Today, his talk is titled "The Individual and Community in Stoic Pragmatism." Professor Skowroński, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to see so many known faces. I mean, new faces, old faces. With many of you, I have been cooperating on numerous occasions, and I'm very grateful I'm able to be once again be able to contribute to philosophical debate. I thank Joanna Pieszga, who outlined Stoic Pragmatism yesterday. So today I will just say a few words about this relationship between the individual and the kind of community or communal aspect of the individuality in light of Stoic Pragmatism. And first of all, let me indicate that it is not a new theory. It's some kind of proposal of a stance rather than a theory. So Stoic Pragmatism is not meant to propose a new theory of the individuality in a social context. First of all, it is instead a sort of proposal for to answer the question what to do when we have a philosophy as a public mission, and how this public mission could be realized within the framework of individual lives. So my interest, first of all, a few words about my interest. My interest was because I was cooperating with John Locke for some time, because I am a Santayana scholar, or I was basically a Santayana scholar, and John Locke is a very eminent Santayana scholar, and it was the first point of meeting. But later I realized that what John was proposing is a sort of more practical approach toward philosophy. And we share, and I will talk about it a little bit, we share this Eastern European, for those who do not know, John Locke has Hungarian background. We share this Eastern European sensibility, I think. I came to America for the first time, you know, when just after communism collapsed, and in Eastern Europe, and it was my very interesting experience to compare these two worlds, and I was saturated with its Stoicism in a sense, because previously I studied Henryk Elzenberg, very eminent Polish philosopher of culture, who is very often described as a contemporary Stoic. So before I started studying Santayana and American pragmatism, I had studied Henryk Elzenberg and his Stoical approach towards life, towards various issues. And while in America and then in Western Europe, I was all the time trying to confront these experiences of Eastern European person or post-totalitarian or post-communist experience with Western ideas and Western lifestyles, whatever. And when I started to be very much interested in Stoic Pragmatism, the pandemic appeared. And it seemed to me that, oh, it's a good topic to write about Stoic Pragmatism in the time of the pandemic. And then the war broke in Ukraine erupted. And it seems to me that John would agree that philosophy should do something about such things. I mean, philosophers of philosophy should deal predominantly with the problems of real life. I mean, not new theories, new theoretical proposals, but rather what to do in confrontation with the challenges of real life, where people are dying, you know, people have to leave, and so on and so on. So I'm really, nowadays, especially nowadays, it's hard time for some of my students, for some people around. We have a whole lot of refugees here. I am in Poland now, in Opole, which is the city where there is a railway from Ukraine to Berlin, and I commute to Berlin because I live in Berlin at the same time, and I commute with these, you know, refugees, you know, refugees meaning mothers and kids, because the males are fighting in Ukraine, and I have students who, you know, whose fathers are fighting in Kiev now, and they are telling me that, you know, that maybe tomorrow their fathers will be dead or something. These are really challenges. Actually, my friend, yesterday we were discussing what to do. He has in his house, he has 12 Ukrainian refugees, and thinking about how to get them work and the kids school. And it seems to me that John would have understood this type of sensitivity of people who are dealing with philosophy. Philosophy should do something about it. I mean, philosophy should do something about it, not just produce new theories, right? So it was my kind of sensitivity common with John Locke's sensitivity, with this post-totalitarian, post-communist, Eastern European type of approach, life. And okay, and now sources. So the main source for Stoic Pragmatism is the book Stoic Pragmatism, published by John Locke, and in 2012. And at the end of this is his kind of declaration why he does all this stuff. And he says, enduring daily bombings in the Second World War, the long Soviet siege of Budapest, and the subsequent Russian occupation provided ample opportunities for the development of latent reflective tendencies. And he goes on, he talks about unnecessary suffering, unnecessary violence, unnecessary death. And he concludes on the same page, it was easy for philosophy to find me. My experiences, Hungarian experiences, my experiences predisposed me to be interested in momentous issues. I wanted to know about God, the meaning of life, and the right comportment towards death. So we can see these are very Stoic topics. Anyway, this is the main source for Stoic pragmatists to study John Locke's idea. Stoic pragmatism has a lot of inspiration in Santayana, and in one of the basic texts, apart from Stoic Pragmatism, the book, there is John Locke's text published in a book that is a result of discussion in Rome on the occasion of Santayana Congress. And this text, this chapter is entitled, Was Santayana a Stoic Pragmatist? And he says something like this. He compares Santayana to late Roman Stoics. By the way, when I say Stoic or Stoicism, it means the Roman version, late version of Stoicism, deprived very much, or substantially deprived of this metaphysical, ontological categories, and focused upon the ethics or ethical issues. So Santayana says, there is no denying that Epictetus's thought aims at instructing people in how to live well. Similarly, Santayana would have considered his writings of little value if they had captured the ontology of the world, but established little relation to the daily decisions of perplexed human beings. So this is a sort of link between Santayana and late Stoics, and even more in one of his texts about obligations of philosophers in a volume that I was blessed to edit, Practicing Philosophy and Experience of Life. he says something like this: philosophers ought to know better, speak better, and act better. So it is a sort of normative dimension of this philosophy, that philosophers, these are not just guys who should set new theories, but should convert these theories, or convert some kind of thinking about theories into the practice of life. That's why the title, Practicing Philosophy as Experiencing Life. Another book by John Locke's Medling, the title, take a look, The Virtue, which is a very Stoical term, the virtue of leaving others alone. So it reminds us of this individual aspect of people living in communities and the relationship between community and individuals. And the last source I would like to mention, I think up till now, the biggest collection of texts or essays about Stoic pragmatism is a section within the book that I was blessed to be the editor of the book, John Locke's Practical Philosophy, and it covers his whole philosophy, but a solid section within this book is about his idea of Stoic pragmatism. Let me add that my reading of Stoic pragmatism has something that John Locke did not take into consideration, it seems to me. That is something that is called the modern Stoicism or New Stoicism. Some of you must be familiar with the idea of, I don't know what is the scale of the popularity of modern Stoicism, but there are a whole lot of books, a whole lot of websites, very many clips on YouTube about Stoicism, but not historical Stoicism, but the updated version of Stoic ethics. And there are very popular authors like Pigliucci, Massimo Pigliucci. Lawrence Becker was probably the first scholar who wrote about this. His book, A New Stoicism, probably was this inspiration for this movement. But there are many other people like William Irvine. I will read the title of this book for one reason. I will tell you in a second. The title of William Irvine's book is A Guide to the Good Life, the Ancient Art of the Stoic Joy. And let's take a look at John Locke's book. In Love with Life, Reflections on the Joy of Living and Why We Hate to Die. It seemed to me very similar. And when I read this book, a whole lot of Stoic elements here. So let me say that a big inspiration for me to read Stoic pragmatism is modern Stoicism. So I read John Locke's at the same time studying the modern Stoicism and these books. Not only the books that we may say they are modern Stoicism, also such texts as very famous Martha Nussbaum's studies about Stoicism, for most perhaps inspirational on Musonius Rufus, because Musonius Rufus was the late Stoic who wrote about that women should also study philosophy, and there is a kind of tendency, I don't know how to say that, even such a name exists, Stoic feminism. That is, the contemporary feminist scholars, they study late Stoics, especially Rufus, just to say or to discover this egalitarian, cosmopolitan, perhaps democratic element in Stoics teaching, concluding that virtues that the Stoics were talking about, these are not male virtues only, these are human virtues. So it's very interesting, this modern Stoicism idea that, let me repeat, takes Stoic ethics and tries to update into the contemporary context, but does not refer to the ontological ideas like providence, teleology, logos, cosmos. And so this is a kind of stimulation for me to take a look at Stoic pragmatism as well. So what is Now, this relationship, or there are some, what are the main points of this relationship between the individual and the social? Of course, the philosophy of American pragmatism is predominantly a social philosophy. It recognizes the role of society in, I'm not saying creating, but in making individuals individual. And there are different mechanisms of this. And Stoic pragmatism will recognize these elements. However, it does not mean that individual is just a function of society in which he or she lives. So this tension and these proportions between what is the individuality or individual and what is social is here very important. And John Locke's tried to, or Stoic pragmatism, or John Locke's Stoic pragmatism tried to indicate this, that the point of departure of seeing this relationship is pragmatism. However, it is, as he says, it is pragmatism with the Stoic accent. Pragmatism with the Stoic accent. So what is this Stoic accent? It is a reflection that tries to answer the question how philosophy, which is public or social, I should say, comes from social arrangement of things, because it is tradition, it is education, it is sensitivity, it is sensibility, right? How it can be translated into making individual life better. And what is better? Better is a set of issues that an individual person or individual agent may use from the society around and create such a set of, let's using the Stoic word virtues, that makes his or her life more meaningful. So very often John Locke in Stoic pragmatism asks this question: what is the good life? What does it mean? And what is the role of philosophy in making life the good life, the life of the individuals, the good life, the meaningful life? And this Stoic accent within pragmatism should serve individuals to develop this. And there are many things. For example, knowing yourself is one of these things, but it is not only that, the Socratic idea, know yourself, but also spirituality of the present moment. He develops the idea that Santayana was promoting throughout his life, that spirituality or reflection about the present state, the present condition of the individual within the social context is a very important thing. At the same time, the ability of this individual to see the beauty of the moment, the beauty of the world around, independently of the sometimes terrible conditions in which individual lives. It is one of the techniques that makes it possible for the individual to, at least for a while, make his or her condition a little better in a subjective way. Next, very important, the knowledge how to use the opportunities that individuals have within Western societies. It seems to me that Stoic pragmatism indicates that Western societies have developed very many instruments that are very helpful for thriving of individuals. In other words, I think Locke would say that in Western democracies, at the present level of economic growth, there are plenty of instruments to be used, plenty of tools to be used by individuals, independently of the social strata, that when skillfully used, would make it possible for life to be meaningful life. And seeing these opportunities or recognition of these opportunities. This is something that Stoic pragmatists would recommend. How to see the opportunities that you can see around. First of all, to recognize them and to use them for your own thriving. This would be this very important element here. The common platform also for, in this context, is amelioration. As you know, amelioristic element in American pragmatism is, as Dewey said and Peirce, that most of the situations and events, when you have the events, it is possible to make them better. So the pragmatist optimism is not just a frame of mind that something gonna be better, but it is a philosophical conviction that maybe not all the situations we face, but most of the situations we face, we may make them better this way or another. It seems to me that Stoicism in the historical and the modern version would say the same, that independently of the situations or conditions you are in most cases, it is possible to make it better. In Stoicism, or in the Stoic part of this amelioration would be your attitude, frame of mind, way of thinking. So whereas pragmatism, the philosophical tradition of pragmatism would indicate the rearrangement or improvement of social conditions, the Stoical part would indicate amelioration as changing attitude, changing your own attitude toward different things. And this subjective changing your attitude may make the situation, your situation better and give you paradoxically more freedom. Stoic pragmatism does not treat freedom as something, freedom for freedom or something like that. Freedom is a category, of course, very important, but Stoic pragmatism understands that each individual has limited freedom. There are very clear limits of freedom. And it is important what you do with your freedom. So instead of having this approach, more freedom because of, or in the sake of more freedom, rather, it is a tendency or proposal to see how to use the freedom you already have, to use it into your thriving or use it into your development as a human being, independently of the condition in which you are. And now I'm not talking about drastic or catastrophic conditions. I'm not talking about war in Ukraine. I'm not talking about people who are terminally ill. I'm not talking about such examples. I'm talking here at this point about the majority of cases of regular people who live in Western democracies, for whom the access to different social tools is unlimited. For example, access to knowledge by means of the internet, for example. I can see that I have 2 minutes, I think, 1 minute or 2 minutes, I will finish. Yes. Yeah, so let me just say that for me, Locke did not mention that. It is my kind of contribution to Stoic pragmatism that I want to develop this powerful tool we already have had, that is the internet and access to knowledge and possibility to for philosophers to participate in public life. Herman Sadkamp yesterday or 2 days ago was saying that Santayana's proposal, what to do for philosophers who are fed up with this university circumstances that are not so perhaps intellectually stimulating, what to do. Santayana simply left Harvard and became kind of man of letters. An updated version of this would be philosophers may quit universities and become bloggers or public intellectuals using the internet. We have better tools than before to have participation in public life. And I think it's also a Stoic idea, because Stoicism is not escape from the public life. Stoicism is also a way of participation in public life. And Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus. These are guys who can be exemplary here. That's it. I don't want to, I want to be within the limit of the time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Professor Skowroński. I am going to change my life. And thank you for sticking to the time. Our next speaker is Tim Madigan, a professor and chair.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Helen, yes, because I see people are raising hands, so maybe let's clarify about the discussion.
Okay.
The discussion will take place after, but if somebody has like very brief question, it's possible, right?
Okay.
But the discussion will be after.
Sorry for jumping the gun. I think it's Cedric Braun.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. I have a very brief question concerning the spirituality of the present moment you spoke about, and what kind of conception of transcendence is implied in this idea.
I will develop it during this discussion, but it is taken predominantly from Santayana. Santayana's idea of aesthetic experience of the present moment.
Okay, so we'll follow up later. Thank you. And I don't think there's anyone else. So I will introduce Professor Tim Madigan, a professor and chair of philosophy and classical studies at St. John Fisher College in Rochester, New York. His areas of interest include medical, business, and computer ethics, as well as philosophy of religion and popular culture. He is the president of the Bertrand Russell Society and author of numerous publications. In 2021, a second expanded version of his book, Beyond Sustainability, was published. Today, Professor Madigan will speak on individual, community, and the ethics of care. Professor Madigan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Since just talking about the way the internet can be helpful, it's amazing that we're all here together. I wish that we were all able to be face to face. I just realized the last trip I took was in April of 2019, 3 years ago, to a conference at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow on law and ethics, and I was able to spend some time in Warsaw. So I guess I'm there virtually now. I have a PowerPoint. What do I need to do to bring that to the table?
I think you have to share your screen.
Okay.
And then you have to click something on there to get, there we go. And you might do I think it's start presentation or something. It's up on top, the fourth. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Okay, so you're all seeing this now?
I am.
Great, well, then I shall proceed. I want to thank the SANTAYANA Society for making me aware of this conference, and for Kasia in particular. When I saw the title of the conference, I thought it might be of interest for me to give a talk about a course that I taught last semester for the first time on the ethics of care. And I think it relates nicely to the theme of the individual and the community, as well as American philosophy. The course itself was designed by my friend and colleague, Professor Barb Lau, whom some of you know and may have seen at the most recent SAP conference. It's part of a new core that we have started at St. John Fisher College. There is now a required ethical reasoning course that students need to take. And so Barb designed this course called Who Cares? Care-Based Ethics. We were told to come up with catchy titles, so that's why get your attention. And Barb was going to teach it, but for various reasons, I ended up being the first one to offer the course. And we had 22 students, and I let them know that this was a kind of human experiment, since this is not really my area, the ethics of care. I knew something about it, but that I would be learning with the students. And as you'll see momentarily, they were from many different majors. The text that we used for the course was Virginia Held's The Ethics of Care, Personal, Political, and Global, which was published by Oxford University Press in 2006. And I'm very happy to say that Professor Held is alive and well. I just had an email conversation with her 2 or 3 days ago. And when I alerted her about the course, she was not only happy to hear about it, but offered to be of help. And I guess if you're writing about the ethics of care, that's to be expected, but I was quite grateful. Some of you, I'm sure, know her. She is a very prominent American philosopher who taught for many years at Hunter College and the Graduate Center of City University of New York. And the ethics of care, I think, is very much in line with the theme of the conference. It emerged in the 20th century, although it certainly has roots with earlier theories and times, and is often connected with the work of Carol Gilligan, Nell Noddings, and various others, including Professor Held, as starting roughly around the 1980s. And it's a distinctive moral perspective which arose originally out of feminist concerns and grew to challenge core elements of most other traditional moral theories, particularly utilitarianism and deontology, which emphasize abstract principles, general duties, individual rights, impartial judgment, and deliberative reasoning. The focus on the ethics of care is to try to contrast with a kind of a contract theory of ethics. So it shifts the focus of ethics to the unique demands of specific situation and to the virtues and feelings that are central to close personal relationships, such as empathy, compassion, love, sympathy, and fidelity. And I suppose in some ways is also a contrast to the idea of Stoicism, if that's defined as not being concerned with care or empathy. So what is the ethics of care? It celebrates our interdependence as human beings and stresses the fact that we all need care at different points of our life cycles and in different ways. It argues for a different value system in society so that care is recognized and supported properly, and seeks to render care visible and links it to citizenship. And in families, it is interested in everyday practices and meanings and seeks to understand these rather than to dismiss or judge them. And thus it is critical of contemporary social work practices, particularly the idea that care or care work is something that, as in the traditional sense, was woman's work, as it were. So as I mentioned, it began in the 1980s and was very influenced by Carol Gilligan's In a Different Voice. You see here a quote from Gilligan: "While an ethics of justice proceeds from the premise of equality, that everyone should be treated the same, an ethics of care rests on the premise of nonviolence, that no one should be hurt." So in her book, The Ethics of Care, Professor Held talks about how justice and care are often looked upon as somehow in opposition, but that in fact both need to be emphasized. And that's why she spends so much time looking at just what the meaning of care would be. So caring, empathy, feelings with others, being sensitive to each other's feelings, all may be better guides to what morality requires in actual context. And the initial origin of the ethics of care are connected with the feminist movement, particularly the various waves of feminism. It arose during the so-called second wave, which had its focus on reducing inequalities. But as the quote from Gilligan points out, there was also the growing sense that focusing on equality and justice often tended to dismiss or not emphasize the importance of individualism and diversity. And so you had the third wave, and some argue there's a fourth wave of feminism at the moment, particularly that combating sexual harassment, misogyny. The Me Too movement, for example, is often identified with the fourth wave. So in her book, The Ethics of Care, Professor Held emphasizes that while this approach may have originated with feminist ethics, and there is definitely overlaps, they're related but not identical. If one looks upon feminist ethics as opposing oppression and doing everything possible to overcome patriarchal views and to affirm that women are as valuable as men, Held feels that pragmatically, in a sense, the word feminist ethics doesn't really capture what Ethics of Care is aiming at, because it's dealing with all individuals. So it's attending to the needs of others for whom we take responsibility, values emotions rather than rejecting the emotions. So again, contra to at least traditional Stoicism, questions universalistic and abstract theories, favoring individualistic approaches. And I think particularly pertinent to this conference, rethinks the public and private spheres and the conception, and has a conception of a person as relational and interdependent. So Held points out in the book that the private and the public concepts are not as distinct as one might held. In the past, people's personal lives were often private, which meant that violence was often hidden. So women who were beaten by their husbands, children abused, elders neglected, this was often unknown, and what could be done? Who would care about such abuses? So now much has changed in the modern societies. We have social services, welfare system, the emphasis on a right to health care, the Me Too movement, political activism, trying to deal with violence on very different levels. And Held's point is that rational-based ethical theories often don't capture what is happening in this regard. So she writes, feminism seeks to overturn the gender hierarchy that has in various forms maintained its power and permeated almost all aspects of every known society throughout human history, and replace it with equality. But this will require a transformation of the way people think and behave at almost all levels of almost all institutions of culture, of society. So again, the focus on breaking down distinctions between the individual and the community. Once care work was considered to be mainly a private matter. Children were taught at home, home remedies were used for many health issues, parents were cared for at home, counseling often meant talking to a religious figure. As I mentioned to my students, my greatest fear is that debtor's prison may be brought back. You know, that was a horrifying thing. And much has changed. So more and more, we now consider care to be a public issue. But again, it's both public and private. So she writes, an early slogan of the women's movement that began in the US in the late 60s was, the personal is political. Feminists have been re-examining and rethinking the public-private distinction ever since. There is widespread agreement that the traditional conception is unsatisfactory. So she says, for instance, when I have suggested that in trying to understand social relations between persons, we should think about how they would look if we used as a model the relation between a mothering person and child, instead of using the more usual model of contracts between self-interested strangers. My point has been to suggest the alternative model as an exercise of the imagination. So morality, in the sense of the ethics of care, should focus on social relation rather than contractual obligation. And this relates to the meaning of civil society. So she writes, for democratic institutions to function well, citizens need to have contact with one another in non-governmental association. A wide variety of such associations will do. They can be sports groups, art groups, as well as civic association. And one of the things we discussed in my class was the growing reality that people, young people in particular, don't seem to be joining organizations. Those of us involved with groups like SAP or the Santayana Society or the Bertrand Russell Society know how difficult it is to get members. I just turned 60 and I think I'm still one of the youngest members of the Russell Society. Now he lived to be almost 100, so maybe that's not surprising, but we would love to get more people involved. So this is one of the growing concerns. So when people don't seem to be involved in organizations for which they have commitments and get to learn from each other, when they become more connected just to playing video games or living lives on the internet, how is this going to impact care? So she continues, before hypothetical citizens can agree on the hypothetical terms of their self-government, they must agree on whom they seek agreement with. And since we're talking also about the present day, this seems to me very pertinent to the 21st century, as it seems that tribalism is on the rise and a sense of community is lacking. This is certainly the case here in the United States with the supposed red and blue states and the lack of communication between people of different ideologies. So ethics of care stresses expanding our moral circles. Obviously, we begin with the self, but the self itself, as it were, begins within families and social groups. And so how can we best expand our sense of care and the social circles that we're involved with if you begin with the abstract and talking about the ecosystem, for example, or our overall commitments to humanity. While this has a very rational impact, doesn't often have a very strong impact. So we talk, for example, about Peter Singer's utilitarian view about the starving child. If you see a child who is drowning in front of you, you would save it. Of course, but why don't we give more money to charities? One of the notion is perhaps we need to develop stronger social bonds in order to make these kind of arguments effective. Just quickly, some criticisms of care ethics, which we talked about in the course. One is that it's a slave morality, relating to Nietzsche's view that those who are concerned with suffering and care are emphasizing subservience. Also that it's empirically flawed, that the data to support the argument that there's an ethics of care is lacking. Third, that it's not theoretically distinct. Some argue that it's really just a variation of virtue theory, that it's too parochial, that all it emphasizes is the bonds that one has with one's immediate family or those around oneself, that it's essentialistic, that it says that care is more connected to women than to men, for example. That's one argument made about Carol Gilligan's work. And last but not least, that it's ambiguous. At the very beginning of the course, I asked all the students to try to define what care means. And not unlike the famous Supreme Court definition of, or the term about pornography, that you know it when you see it. It's easy to talk about, but very hard to pin down. But Held in her book, as well as others, have responded, first of all, saying it's hardly a slave morality, because care ethics advocates liberation from patriarchal oppression and is opposed to any kind of oppressive systems rather than participating in it. Whether it's empirically flawed or not, it's a relatively new approach to ethics, and studies are continuing in many different fields, not just philosophy, but sociology, communications, psychology, and arguably the results do tend to replicate Gilligan's findings that there are different approaches to ethics. Whether it's theoretically indistinct, Held, in fact, wrote her book to try to make the argument that it is the only prescriptive ethical theory not based primarily on rationality. And so it is distinctive and should be taught within introductory ethics courses, for example, as an independent, or well, not independent, but another theory of ethics. As to whether it's parochial, she says no, it's in fact universal, because everyone needs care. So it emphasizes both the need for care as well as at times its limitations, such as care burnout, which many caregivers are experiencing now in this COVID crisis. Essentialistic, no, there are many variables. Care is not identical to male-female distinctions, and in fact, that's why Held and others say we don't want to continue to have this referred to as a feminist ethics, to try to get it away from this essentialist criticism. And as for ambiguity, all words are ambiguous, but we do tend to know what it means to care for and to care about, and to use those concepts as a way to connect with our lived practices, how we actually experience our lives. I won't read this entire quote, but the closing words of Held's book are that caring relations, rather than what persons do as individuals, emphasize the value of caring, and that a globalization of caring relations would help enable people of different states and cultures to live in peace, which of course, obviously very relevant to the present. So I just want to close, getting back to the course. My students and I had the pleasure of connecting with Virginia Held, which is something I have not been able to do when teaching about Aristotle, Kant, or Mill. It was kind of exciting to be in contact with one of the founders of a field. And there's also a very good website that has many resources, articles, news, and the class was able to participate in a Zoom presentation with Professor Held. And for the course's final project, I asked all of the students to write a paper relating to their various major and how the ethics of care connected with that. So as you can see, we had students from, I think, 10 or more different majors. And not only did they write excellent papers, but they found some articles that Professor Held and others on the Ethics of Care website were not familiar with. So I was able in my class to be of assistance in increasing the resources for those dealing with the ethics of care. I'll be teaching the course again next semester, and it helped me better understand the theme of this conference, how the individual and the community interact, and how American philosophy, or those working within American philosophy, particularly Professor Virginia Held, have made a major contribution. So I'll close on that point.
Well,
I've exhausted myself for speaking so quickly.
Oh, that was terrific. Thank you very much, Professor Madigan. Are there any clarifying questions before we proceed. Yes, Professor Skowroński.
Just a question. Maybe I missed that. You said nothing about abortion in the context of care, and maybe we should talk about it during our discussion. When you say feminism, care, and so on. But what about caring about unborn children?
Well, there are many very specific topics that definitely do relate to it. I was just trying to give the broad overview, but we can certainly discuss that. It's a big topic.
Okay, so we'll hold that for the end, and I've noted it so we don't forget. Anybody else? I don't think so. Okay, so we'll go on to our next speaker. Everybody take a breath. And our next speaker, Matteo Santarelli, is a professor of philosophy and communication studies at the University of Bologna. I've self-translated from the Italian CV, so Professor Santarelli, I hope I got this right. His areas of interest are moral philosophy, ethics, social philosophy, and social sciences, with a focus on the American pragmatists, John Dewey and George Herbert Mead. He has published numerous articles and monographs, and I noticed that he has worked with fellow panelist Krzysztof Skowroński on a book titled George Herbert Mead in the 21st Century. Professor Santarelli's talk today has the engaging title, I, Me, Mine, Two Problems with Mead's Theory of Socialization. Professor Santarelli, it's yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much for organizing this beautiful conference. And I'm very happy to be in Poland, at least virtually, because as Professor Grela highlighted, the first time I had the chance to present my ideas on Mead, it was 11 years ago in Poland, in a beautiful conference organized by Krzysztof Skowroński. So it's nice to be back in Poland, even if virtually, and to have also Chris among the audience. And the topic of my presentation is two problems with Mead's theory of socialization. I'll go very briefly in sketching an outline of Mead's social theory. Mead was a social psychologist, a philosopher, but his heritage is most known in sociology. For many decades, he has been considered as the forefather of symbolic interactionism, but in the last decade of the 20th century, many scholars highlighted that Mead is much more than this, much more than the forefather of symbolic interactionism, and he was a very prominent social theorist in the 20th century. The topic, the part of Mead's social theory that I would like to discuss with you, because it fits nicely with the topic of the conference, is the idea that Mead's social theory shows a path beyond the dichotomy opposing the individual and the social, right? This aspect of Mead's social theory, his overcoming of the individual versus social dichotomy, is nicely captured by the concept of practical intersubjectivity, which has been introduced by Auxier in describing Mead's approach. What does practical intersubjectivity mean? It means that, on the one hand, the self is internally constituted and organized by practical relationships with others. So intersubjectivity here does not mean solely interaction between a pre-given individual, but it means that the individual selves are internally constituted and organized by the internalization of practical relationship with others. But at the same time, according to Mead, the self can contribute to social interactions with the other and with herself or himself. Mead, in his most famous works, for instance, The Genesis of the Self and Social Control, Mead is quite clear about the fact that, according to him, the self and her experiences and her practices should be analyzed from the standpoint of society. So there is no individual self outside the standpoint of society. But at the same time, to quote an expression that came out yesterday during the discussion about Santayana, Mead does not think that the individual is a victim of society, so to speak. But according to Mead, the individual self is not just an epiphenomenon of social structures, but he has a leverage to interact with the others and with the community. What I am interested to discuss with you today is the fact that Mead's overcoming of the individual versus social dichotomy introduces a new concept of socialization. Because according to Mead, socialization does not mean that we have an individual which is pre-social and she becomes social through socialization, but according to Mead, socialization and individuation take place at the same time. So we become selves as long as we get involved in increasingly complex social practices and relations. So, but however fascinating it is, I think there are a couple of serious theoretical problems with Mead's theory of socialization. The first one is the problem of the biological individual, and I would like to share with you a solution to this problem. And the second one is the problem of self-stimulation, and I don't have any idea about how to solve this problem. So I will disappoint you on this aspect, maybe. So let's start from the problem of biological individual. In one of the supplementary essays of Mind, Self, and Society, Mead distinguishes between two different kinds of individuals, so to speak. On the one hand, he says what we find in the self is what he calls the biological individual. By biological individual, according to Mead, is characterized by pre-reflective experience, unfractured relation between subject and object, unproblematic relation with reality, and this experience and conduct of the biological individual is in continuity with non-human animals. And according to Mead, this label of the biological individual works to define both a stage of ontogenetic individual development. So at first we are biological individual, then we become selves, but also a dimension of mature individual experience. Also our experience as mature self is sometimes reflective, unfractured, and unproblematic. Another kind of individual is what he calls the socially self-conscious individual, which is capable of being self-conscious, of reflect about herself, and is able to distinguish between subject and object. He can have a problematic relation with reality, and she or he is able to engage symbolically with social reality, with the others, and with herself. And according to me, this is a point of discontinuity between human animals and non-human animals, because according to me, only human animals are self-conscious and are symbolic animals, as Terence Deacon would say. We are a symbolic species, right? And also the socially self-conscious individual is both a stage of individual development. It is the stage in which the individual becomes a self in the full sense of the term, but also a dimension of mature individual experience. So the question is, what do we do with this distinction? Because we find this distinction only in this supplementary essay. So how do we relate this distinction with Mead's general theory of the self? One classical reply to this question is the following one. We should understand the biological individual in terms of what Mead calls the I, that is the more spontaneous and the more unpredictable dimension of ourselves. And we should understand socially self-conscious individual in terms of the me, that is the outcome of a process of internalization of the attitude of the other. We find this solution as early as in Morris' introduction to Mind, Self, and Society. We know that Mind, Self, and Society is not really a book written and published by Mead, but it's a collection of notes from his classes. And the editor of Mind, Self, and Society is the philosopher and semiotician Charles Morris. Both in his introduction to Mind, Self, and Society and in a couple of footnotes, Morris interprets the I in terms of the biological individual. So according to Morris, the I appears as innovative and unpredictable because it conveys a biological spontaneity which can never be fully taken into account in the existing social organization and in the internalization of social organization by means of the me. So according to Morris, the source of the unpredictability and spontaneity of the I is the biological dimension of human experience as opposed to the social. In a recent paper, which comes from the conference organized by Chris on Mead by Gary Cook clarifies that in Mead we find two different versions of the distinction between the me and the I. The first version is a Jamesian functional distinction, according to which I and me are just two different functions of the self. So the I has to do with spontaneity and with something from an action from the standpoint of the subject, while the me is the internalization of the perspective of the others. But according to Cook, we find this functional distinction in Mead, but also a distinction in terms of biological versus social, in which the I is the source of impulsive and organic reaction, while the Mead is the representative of internalized social responses of the others. So if we agree with Morris and if we follow the second version of the definition of the distinction between the I and the me by Cook, we can conclude that the biological individual is what Mead calls the I, and the me is what Mead calls socially constituted self-consciousness. But here the problem with this solution is twofold. First, to the extent of my knowledge, and if you have other knowledges, I'm happy to be corrected here. I think that there are no textual evidence for identifying the I and the biological individual. Mead never says explicitly that the I is spontaneous because it has to do with the organic and biological dimension as opposed to the social. And the second problem is more of a theoretical problem, because this idea according to which we have the I as biological, which is in conflict with the me as social, right, is in contradiction with Mead's idea about the social character of instinct. Because if instinct and biology are already social, then it's impossible to distinguish the I as the biological pole and the me as the social pole, because the biological pole, the pole of instinct, of what he calls later inputs, is already social according to Mead. Because according to Mead, we are biosocial animals. So this idea according to which we can frame the distinction between biological individual and socially constituted individual in the sense of the I and the me doesn't work. So what is the solution? I think that maybe rather than opposing the biological dimension of individual of the self and a social dimension of the self, maybe we should understand what Mead calls biological individual and socially self-conscious individual as two different kinds of biosocial conduct and experience, right? So instead of polarizing between a biological dimension and a social dimension. And if we adopt the idea that biological individual and socially self-conscious individual are two different kinds of biosocial conduct and experience, then we can reconstruct Mead's theory of socialization in this way. So what does socialization means from Mead's standpoint? So the starting point of socialization is not a pre-social and purely biological individual which becomes socialized, right? But at the starting point of socialization, we find what Mead called social character of instinct and impulses. Therefore, socialization works not in the sense that through socialization, a pre-social individual becomes socialized. But socialization from the standpoint of Mead, it's a kind of process of reorganization and redirection of human biosocial conduct. So it's a process of reorganization and redirection of human biosocial impulses rather than, you put a social stamp on a very vague and plastic biological nature. So from this perspective, what Mead calls the biological individual and the socially self-conscious individual, they track two levels of biosocial conduct and experience. A first level is the level of pre-symbolic social conduct, and it corresponds to the experience of the biological individual that maybe we should better call the pre-reflective individual in order to avoid this misunderstanding between biological against social. And then another level of conduct and experience is the level of symbolic social conduct, which correspond to what Mead calls the socially self-conscious individual, and maybe we could call the potentially reflective individual. That is the individual which is capable of the kind of experience and conduct which is unique to the human self. I think that a nice metaphor of Mead's idea of socialization is his metaphor of the self as an entity, which we find in Mind, Self, and Society. What does it mean that, according to Mead, the self is an entity? It means that, I'm quoting from Mind, Self, and Society, the self is not something that exists first and then enters in the relationship with others, but it is, so to speak, an entity in the social current and so still a part of the current. It is a process in which the individual is continually adjusting himself in advance to the situation to which he belongs and reacting back on it. So that the I and the me, this thinking, this conscious adjustment becomes a part of the whole social process and makes a much more highly organized society possible. So socialization does not mean throwing a pre-socialized child into the social, but it's part of this current this biosocial current, and it's a specific organization of this content, which has its autonomy, its singularity, its peculiarity, but it's never outside the social current. It's an entity inside the social current. And to grasp the originality of Mead's theory of socialization, it could be interesting to make a comparison between his metaphor of the self as an entity and neo-Freudian understanding of socialization that we find in the American sociologist Talcott Parsons, which reinterprets in an original way Freud. And when Parsons has to explain how socialization works, he uses the metaphor of the child as a pebble. So according to Parsons, the child might be likened to a pebble thrown by the fact of birth into the social pond. The effect of this event is at first concentrated at a particular point of entrance, but as he grows up, his changing place in the society resembles the successively widening waves which radiate from his initial position in his family of orientation. But the metaphor breaks down in that not only his relationship outside the family, but within the innermost core are transformed in a kind of spiral process. So here, the Waterly metaphor is very different, because in Mead, socialization is a different organization and a different direction of the social, biosocial pond. While here, the starting act of socialization is throwing a pre-social infant as a pebble into the social pond. So socializing here means becoming part of a social, being thrown into the social pond of social reality. While in Mead, socialization is something that it's always immanent to biosocial relation. So it's very different idea of socialization, and I think that Mead's idea is very original, and it should be preserved. His attempt to overcome both the dichotomy individual against the social, and also his overcoming of the dichotomy opposing biological and social. When it comes to the second problem, which is the problem of self-stimulation, I have to admit that I don't have clear ideas. What is the problem of self-stimulation? The concept of self-stimulation plays an important role in Mead's theory of the self. Here I go very brief in a very schematic way. Which is the core of the self, according to Mead? The core of the self is reflective capacity. The self is a subject which can pose herself as an object. So the self is a continuous conversation with ourselves. So in order to have a reflective capacity, we have to be able to be the object of our own attention, to have this subject-object relation with ourselves. So how we become the object of our attention? We become according to Mead, an object, especially a social object, is a kind of miniature social act. So it includes both the stimulus and the response, right? In order to become social object of ourselves and to engage in this reflective relation with ourselves, we need at first self-stimulation. In order to become object to ourselves, we have to perceive a part of ourselves as an external stimulus, right? This is why Mead thinks that vocal gestures are so important, because in vocal gestures, it's something that we recognize as our gesture, but that we can hear as if they were an external stimulus. And also, we have to take the attitude of the other. That is, we have to internalize the responses of the others of this stimulus. And according to Mead, this is the core of reflectivity and then of human self. But here, I think we have a serious problem, because self-stimulation is thus a precondition for the genesis of the self and of reflectivity. But self-stimulation involves at least a basic sense that these gestures that I'm using to stimulate myself is mine, because otherwise it's not self-stimulation, right? So if self-stimulation is the precondition for the genesis of the self, and if self-stimulation involves the sense that the self-stimulating gesture is mine, therefore, the genesis of the self presupposes a kind of basic sense of the self, a basic sense that the gesture I'm using to stimulate myself is my gesture. So it seems that there is a dimension of the self which cannot be explained as the internalization of the attitude of the others, because it is presupposed by this process of taking the attitude of the other. So what is the solution? I have no idea, but I think that two strategies come into my mind, and I would like to discuss them with you. So the first strategy is integrating Mead with phenomenology. So maybe we can say we can adopt something like a layered concept of the self. So Mead's theory, Mead's model of the internalization of the others as the source of the genesis of the self can be very good in accounting for the genesis of the reflective and self and social layer of the self. This level can be nicely accounted for by adopting Mead's theory, Mead schema of self-stimulation plus taking the attitude of the other. But we have, in this layered concept of the self, a more basic layer, a basic phenomenological sense of the self, of mineness and of meanness, which must be presupposed. Otherwise, we cannot account for the self that self-stimulation presupposes the fact that I recognize something, some gesture as belonging to myself. So here we have to accept that Mead is very good in explaining for a specific layer of the self, but to explain for a bit more basic layer of the self, we need phenomenology, and Mead's theory doesn't work here, and so we have to integrate it with an external theory. But maybe, but here is just an hypothesis, another option could be integrated Mead with infant research. I'm thinking specifically of Gergely and Watson work on the role that pre-symbolic relation between infant and caregiver in dealing with contingency play in directing the infant's attention toward herself and himself. Now, maybe this is another strategy, because here, if we go in this direction, maybe there are also some strategies to account in an interactive way and in Mead's way, not only for the reflective and self-conscious dimension of the self, but also for this basic sense of mineness and meanness. So we see two very different approaches. It's just a proposal. It was just to show how rich Mead's theory of socialization is, how original in his attempt to overcome both the dichotomy between individual and social and between the biological dimension and the social dimension, but still this approach, I think, has to be critically assessed, and we need to solve some problems that are still part of Mead's project. I hope I didn't take too much time, and thank you so much for any comments and everything. Just write me an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Santarelli, and you are perfectly on time. So again, anybody for clarifying questions?
I'm sending you a long email, Matteo.
Great, looking forward to reading it.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone, so I will go on to introducing our next speaker, who was the person you just saw, Randall Auxier. He is a professor of philosophy and communication studies at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, as well as a co-founder and co-director of the American Institute of Philosophical and Cultural Thought. He was also a longtime editor of both The Pluralist, a journal that advances American philosophy, and the well-established Library of Living Philosophers series. Professor Auxier has been very active in developing relationships between his university and numerous Polish institutions, including establishing the journal Eidos, where he continues to be on the editorial board. He has edited and published a prodigious number of journals, books, articles, with topics ranging from Dewey, Royce, Rorty, Whitehead, to the limits of evolution and the philosophy of rock music. Today's title of Professor Auxier's talk is Royce, James, and Husserl, Revisiting the Standard Narratives. And we've all received, I guess it's a something, perhaps it's a copy of the talk on the chat. So
the second one, the first one I sent is an earlier version. So if you're looking at the chat, the full paper, I say the full paper, it's not quite finished, but anyway, it's pretty polished for the most part, and so there's still a couple of sections left to be written on this. But I'm not going to read the paper. I'm going to do a PowerPoint that summarizes it. Thank you, Helen, for that introduction, and I'm now going to call up my PowerPoint and share my screen in that order because it doesn't work in the other order. And thanks to Kasia for putting this together. I hope it's the first of many, many things of its kind. Let me hope so, at least. So this paper is, it's an ongoing and developing project. The first version of this came out at the Vanderbilt Royce conference some years ago, and then I presented last year at Wrocław an updated and expanded version of this paper, and now you have the new and improved and expanded version of that. And part of the reason that this thing doesn't get published and keeps getting expanded is Jason Bell's fault. First of all, I wrote this because he told me to, but if you look at, I think it's note number 14 in the paper, you will see a pile of forthcoming papers from Jason Bell being cited. The trouble is that I really need to see all of those papers in order to finish mine. And I don't see any point in trying to publish what I'm doing until Jason gets all that crap published. And when I say crap, it's not crap, it's wonderful stuff. And he's been working 20 years on these manuscripts that really change the standard narrative of the origins of phenomenology. I will say, although Jason would probably be a little more humble about it, you guys can see my, can you see my presentation? Okay, good. He would probably be a little more humble about it, but it's pretty clear to me that Josiah Royce invented phenomenology of the sort that we associate with Husserl. And so that sounds like a crazy thing to say to those of you who know nothing about Royce, which would be most of you in this meeting. But for those of you who know a little bit about him, you're saying, are you kidding me? So today's presentation is devoted to convincing you that Royce invented phenomenology of the sort that Husserl does. Not that Husserl doesn't have any originality, but first let's look at sort of how this is how it really happened, which is Royce talks to James. Both of them come to Husserl. James passes to Shaler, Royce passes through Hocking to both Husserl and Marcel. And the question is how many of the central ideas of phenomenology are traceable to something that these guys said? I am well aware of the standard narrative, right? This is what we all read, is Spiegelberg's, not only his history of the phenomenological movement, but also his own method for doing phenomenology. There's no question that this is one of the, I mean, Spiegelberg is not a person to be trifled with in a scholarly way. And so I'm not trifling with him. Nothing that I say today actually disagrees with anything that Spiegelberg says. It's a matter of emphasis, and it's a matter of filling in details that he didn't have because he didn't have access to a bunch of the stuff that Jason has dug up. He knew of its existence, however, and if you look in the phenomenological movement history, he gives a whole list of things that we don't have access or haven't had time to process. Husserl manuscripts, he gives a whole list of tasks that are unfinished tasks relative to Husserl scholarship. And one of them on that list has to do with a more thorough survey of the origins of phenomenology. Now, you guys are all familiar with sort of the standard narrative that people like to tell. It starts with the Stumpf and Brentano, and pushes its way through this cast of characters and up into the present. And it is a mainly European, if not exclusively European story. And then what happens is that this person comes along and messes everything up. And the reason, he's among us today. And he's sort of with the, I think with the headphones on, he actually looks like a 19th century philosopher to me. There was don't you, Jason? You guys can look at him when he goes, which is next. Anyway, there are 3 or 4 pieces of his research that are out, and in particular, some of the story most recently is in this, but there's about 6 important papers forthcoming, most of them in the Transactions of the Purse Society, that are going to fill out the historical details that are involved here. And so this wicked person has messed up the standard narrative, and I'm going to do a piece of that project that he asked me to do and that I haven't done myself. And it involves convincing you, because I know that you aren't convinced and that you probably aren't going to be convinced, but essentially I'm going to devote all of my time to showing you passages from 1885, and I've got a couple from 1896, showing what Royce's views were. What Jason has done, and actually there's one other fellow in here, the very first chapter in this book, showing the sort of stream of students that went from Harvard to study with Husserl, beginning with Hocking in 1902. And each one of those carried a certain Royce with him. You know how it is in graduate school, how whatever it is that our principal professor was working on when we were in graduate school, that becomes our picture of that professor. And the thing about Royce is he was constantly developing. And the Royce that Hocking carried to Husserl was the Royce of the world and the individual. The Royce that Du Bois carried to Germany, he didn't go to Husserl, but was very much the Royce of spirit of modern philosophy. And importantly, the Royce that Winthrop Bell carried to Husserl was a more mature Royce. It was importantly the Royce of the philosophy of loyalty, and a little bit later than that. So did Husserl read this stuff? Yes, he did. Winthrop Bell carried the books, not the Problem of Christianity, not the Sources of Religious Insight, but everything else. He carried the books to Harvard. He annotated them in German for Husserl to read. These books still exist with the annotations in them. I have talked to a number of Husserl scholars. Husserl's English, he could read English, it wasn't great. He preferred, And it wasn't just with regard to the English language, it was with regard to every language. The way that Husserl liked to gather information was to sit in small groups of people, 2, 3, 4 at the most, or in direct conversation with people. And he was like a sponge for what people told him. He would ask question upon question upon question, and he'd make notes, and he'd remember the answers, and he'd refer back to them. He was never a scholar. It was not his habit to spend a lot of time documenting his sources when it came to his published or major works. But what happened instead was all of this material fed into his thought process, and then it came out of his pen, and it came out endlessly, which is part of the reason Spiegelberg is unable to finish the task. So I just want to share with you a series of things that Royce said that Husserl read. This stuff, almost all of it, is from the religious aspect of philosophy. If there's anything that I had the power over, could wave a magic wand and change about the history of American philosophy, it would be the title of Royce's book. The religious aspect of philosophy prevents people from reading the book, as the title. Chapters 9 and 10 are, Jason has rightly documented that Royce's Phenomenology goes back to 1878. He's dug it up in the thought diaries of 1878 to 1880. You can find a mature statement of it in his paper written in 1880 on Purpose and Thought. But that didn't get published until 1919, and so people didn't have any influence until later. All right, so anyway, here's what he said. Everybody read this book, including Husserl and James. James wrote a really nice review of it for the Atlantic. This is the book that made Royce famous, and so back in the 19th century, naming a book The Religious Aspect of Philosophy was probably a good idea, but now it's a terrible idea because now it keeps people from reading the book. The beliefs, so I'm going to give you the central concepts of Husserlian phenomenology as articulated by Royce in 1885. You can read this. The beliefs in a man have resulted, we hold, from a sort of struggle between him and the surrounding world. The world sometimes, the world has tried sometimes to check his thought and to confine it to one channel, sometimes to confuse his thought and scatter it into a spray before the quick, heavy blows of innumerable disconnected synth apparitions. But the man, if he is a man of energy, and that's a really crucial term in this case, is that it requires, this is what William James called effort. Oh, by the way, all of this is 5 years before the principles of psychology, all of it. And so if you think the stream of thought is William James's idea, well, it's possible that it's his idea because he and Royce were in constant conversation in the years leading up to the religious aspect of philosophy, 1885. They were in constant conversation leading up to the publication of Principles of Psychology in 1890. There's no question who beat who to publication. Royce was there 5 years before James. All right, so anyway, what James calls effort, Royce calls energy, has controlled the current of his thought, controlled the current. To study briefly the nature of the process involved in all such cases will be important to our whole doctrine. In other words, this point is going to be crucial to Royce's entire philosophy. And that does not change. It never changes. People who say that Royce changed, they're exaggerating. He was working on the same set of ideas from 1877 until he died. No knowledge without active, so no knowledge, and knowledge is going to be a crucial term in this as well, without active hospitality in the mind. I love that, hospitality. I wish Husserl had used that word. In the mind that receives the knowledge, but as soon as we recognize the mental life, in mental life, our power to modify our knowledge by means of our own activity, there's intentionality, just so soon do the old comparisons of the mind to a wax tablet, sheet of paper, or to other like passive subjects, impression, lose for us their meaning. Mental life becomes for us in view of these facts, a field of constant activity. He continues, knowledge, and what he means by knowledge has to do with the refinement of the current of thought. Knowledge is determined for each of us by his reaction upon what he receives. And this kind of mental activity consists in a modification as well as in an organization of what we have received from without. All processes of reasoning, so all original discoveries in science and philosophy, all speculations, theories, dogmas, controversies, and not only these complex processes, and pay attention to this next part, but as we shall see, because the next two chapters are about this in the book, even simple judgments, commonplace beliefs, momentary acts of attention, and he's going to give the theory of attention, involve such independent reaction upon the material furnished from without. He chooses the word reaction because he knows it's precognitive. Hawking is going to take him to task on this, especially in the 1912 book of Hawking, the God and Human Experience book. He's going to take him to task on this. He wants the word response, but Royce chooses reaction. I think he would stick to his guns on that choice. And the reason is it's not only precognitive in the sense of having an emotional background or something like that, but it actually has to do with something that we have no real choice about. We have to react to the world, and that reaction is involved in the way that we control our current thought. And acts of attention turn out to be one of the most important parts of it. So if you want to see more detail on how this actually works, the difference between metaphysics, phenomenology, and psychology in Royce, I recommend chapter 6 of my book on Royce, Time, Will, and Purpose. Moving along. So attention is a part of, oh Lord, my phone's ringing. Attention is a part of the stream of thought. And he says, let's consider the simpler forms of knowledge. Notice that he regards this attention as noetic, as having cognitive implications. And this, of course, is something that Hawking develops, as well as Marcel, in a lot of detail, is the cognitive significance of feeling. But anyway, so he's calling this, he's using the word knowledge for it. Could throw you off, but his point is that the kinds of attention that we're interested in have cognitive significance. Helen, you'll let me know when I'm out of time. What time is this over? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I still can't hear you.
10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sense impressions constantly suggest to us thoughts. And in fact, we have few thoughts that are not either immediately suggested by sense impressions or else sustained in their course by a continuous stream of suitable sense impressions. So the sense impressions support most of our thoughts, right? So when the stream of sense impressions is cut off, we have to sustain the thought using independent energy. So, but when sense impressions come to us, what transforms them into thought? The answer is, first of all, attention. That's not the only thing, but it's one of the things. An active mental process, a sense impression to which we give no attention, slips through consciousness as a man pans through water. Nothing grasps and retains it. Sounds to me like rocks in the stream that William James was talking about. But let us now consider some familiar examples of working attention. Simple instance will bring home to us the boundaries of our consciousness, that they are crowded with unknown impressions, unknown because not attended to, but yet in some inexplicable way, a part of our consciousness serves to bring them, any one of them, clearly into mental vision. At this instance, you are looking at something. Now, without moving your eyes, and by the way, if you haven't done this with your class while trying to teach them what phenomenology is, I'll be surprised. You might be surprised to learn that Royce has a half dozen, no, more than a half dozen, more like a dozen examples of this kind in chapters 9 and 10 of the religious aspect of philosophy. Without moving your eyes, try by mere attending to your visual impressions to say what is now in the field of vision and what is the boundary line of the field of vision. The experiment is a little hard because our eyes, condensed embodiments as they are of a tireless curiosity, are always restless and rebel when you try to hold them fast. But conquer them for an instant and watch the results. As your attention roams about the artificially fixed visual field, notice that it's artificially fixed. That effort is what James calls effort. you will at first indeed be confused by the vagueness of well, I have to move my thing a little bit, of all but the center. But you will soon find, to your surprise, that there are more different impressions in the field than you can at first distinguish. One after another, many various impressions will appear. But notice, you can keep your attention fixed only on a portion of the field at a time. The rest of the field is always lost in a dim haze. Then he continues, but all these, and these are, he gives a bunch of examples, except a few, to all these phenomena on the fringe, and that includes other senses, not just the visual, to which you pay attention, nearly or quite disappear in the dim thickets, but that seem to surround the little forest clearing made by our attentive consciousness. A like explanation can be tried with the sense of hearing. And then he gives the fascinating example of hearing one's own language as if it were a foreign sounding jargon, and then coming back to clarity. I'm sure you've all done that. You used this example in a phenomenology class. He also talks about being in a crowded room with a lot of people talking and how it is that you can shift your attention from one voice to another through an effort. He says all these instances, which could be multiplied indefinitely, prove first that what we call attention modifies the knowledge. So attention is a modification of the stream of thought that we at any moment get, and secondly, that this modification through attention may take place without any change in the impressions that at any moment come from without. But what is attention after all, and how does it modify sensation? Apparently attention in the previous instances has been merely a power to increase or diminish the intensity of impression. But is that all attention does? No. There are many cases in which attention directly affects the quality, at least of our complex impressions. Direct modification is commonly attended by some alteration of our emotional state. And then he gives a bunch of examples. He talks about Wundt's experience following Fechner, et cetera, et cetera. So why am I reading this to you? I'll tell you why. It's because if I tell you to just go read chapters 9 and 10, but you really need to read the whole book of Royce's book, you're not going to do it. You're just not going to do it. I know you're not going to do it. I'm 61 years old. I have given assignments to people my age and older and younger any number of times, and unless you're my student and I make you do it, you're not going to do it. And so you're going to sit back and go, He says that Royce invented phenomenology. Royce did invent phenomenology of the sort that Husserl does. Husserl read it. Now, am I saying that Brentano is not responsible for the idea of intentionality? He's responsible for the name, but the idea in its fullness is right here, 1885, before Brentano had ever written a letter back and forth with Husserl. The earliest extant letter is 1892 between Brentano and Husserl. Royce is out there first. He's got this thing before anybody else does. That's just the way it is. You're not going to be able to change that. Now, the story about how important this is for what Husserl did is a second story. What I want to leave you with no doubt about is what's in this book. And believe me, the passive synthesis is in there too. All of that stuff is in there. You need to go read it, but I know you're not going to, and so that's why I have just sat here quoting it for you. You'll be pleased to know that there's analysis in the paper that I sent you. Now, Jason dug up Winthrop Bell's dissertation, which is on Royce, written under Husserl and heavily annotated by Husserl. This is also being translated into English by Jason Bell. When he gets around to it, until he gets around to finishing that, pretty much you have to be able to read German in order to get at it. Second half of my paper analyzes this dissertation and makes available to it the essence of Husserl's comments on this dissertation. We don't know whether those comments came from 1914 or 1922 when it was defended, because Bell was arrested as a spy and kept in prison during the whole of the First World War. And then he was thrown out of Germany at the end of it. Eventually, they invited him back to defend his dissertation. And he was, in fact, a spy. So it's not just, if he wasn't wrongly accused, he was a spy for Canada. All right, so that said, we await more of this from Jason. I don't know what he's going to talk about today. I hope he's going to talk about some of this. This is what Royce said on Husserl, and this is his 1902 presidential address. This is probably the reason that Royce came to Husserl's attention, because Royce gave this address the same year that William Ernest Hocking went to study with Husserl. Royce knew about Husserl before Hocking came back to Harvard. This is something that is missed in this book. And Royce had actually already criticized Husserl's transcendental logic. I'm not going to read this, but you can see sort of what it is. He thinks that Husserl's idea of setting aside nature and psychology is a fairly long and unsuccessful farewell, which of course is true. All right, so finally, then Spiegelberg actually has a chapter on Royce in his standard narrative in the phenomenological movement history. He's got that. There's a whole chapter on Royce, and it's accurate. And he even says that as Husserl is moving toward the ideas, and this is during the time that Winthrop Bell is his student, at this point, Husserl's development seems to be approaching the idealism of Josiah Royce to such an extent that one may well be curious about the significance of this parallel and even raise the question of possible contact. Spiegelberg didn't know much about the contacts, but he did contact Winthrop Bell and interviewed him, and the results of that interview are in the phenomenological movement. And so I want to revise the narrative, pointing out that Husserl's idealistic period is pretty clearly under the influence of Royce, and Spiegelberg even says so. So I won't read that. I'm out of time. But in other words, see chapters 2 through 5 of that particular book for more details about how that idealism works. It is no ordinary idealism, as Husserl recognized. And then also you might read the essay that is included in Charles Sherover's collection that says From Kant and Royce to Heidegger, showing that in fact Royce survives through Husserl into Heidegger. And then I say thank you.
Randy, thank you very, very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Could you close your screen?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay, so I can show everyone. I'm sorry I neglected to mention this particular one of Randy's multitude of books. So Time, Will, and Purpose, which sound living ideas from the philosophy of Josiah Royce. I just have a personal clarifying question. The photo is sort of on your next to the last screen. Is that not Lacan?
No, that's Spiegelberg.
Oh my God, doesn't he look like Lacan?
I never thought about it before, but you're right.
Yeah, and I thought about it because Lacan reminds me, looks exactly like an ex-partner, business partner of my husband. So that's how I remember. Anyway, for whatever that is worth. Any other clarifying questions at this point?
Oh, can I just make a brief thank you, Randy? I knew Herbert Spiegelberg personally when I was a graduate student, but I did not look into his work. So I'm really glad that his work is continuing to have some influence and to hear more about it. Thank you.
Magisterial work. Spiegelberg, I haven't found a single error. He's always so careful as a historian about how he asserts things. And so anyway, yeah, you're right, Richard, thanks.
Okay, I don't think there are any more questions. So I think Randall has done most of my introduction work for me here on our next speaker, Jason Bell, who was a student of Professor Auxier's and is now an associate professor of philosophy at the University of New Brunswick. His research interests are ethics and 19th and 20th century philosophy. He is the author of numerous books and articles. Relevant to today's talk, I don't know if I need to say this, Dr. Bell was a lead investigator on the origins of German phenomenology through the study of New Brunswick archives dedicated to two early students of the movement, including Winthrop Bell and Gustav Hübner. The title of his talk today is Empathy in the Philosophy of Josiah Royce and the Philosophical Espionage of his student Winthrop Bell at the German border, 1919. And please, could you tell me, are you, before you start your talk, are you related to Winthrop Bell? And with that, you have the floor. I hope.
We can't hear you, Jason. We can't hear you.
Yeah, could you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, yep.
Okay, I'm just gonna take off these headphones, which are not working. So no, I'm not related to Winthrop Bell any more than you are related to Winthrop Bell in the way that we are all humanly related. Let me just mention sort of the way I discovered this. So I started reading Josiah Royce with Randy Auxier in Oklahoma, I don't know, 1998 or so a good while back. Then I went to Vanderbilt for my PhD in 2000, and I was working there with Richard Zahner, a scholar of phenomenology, and I started reading Husserl, and my thought was, well, this just sounds a lot like Royce. And I put that on the shelf. I was writing a dissertation on Royce. I put it on the shelf for 8 years until I was finishing my dissertation. I was at a conference in Poland organized by Chris. And I was sitting with Randy Auxier at a cafe. And he told me, you know, you've just written a dissertation on Royce. That's going to make you unemployable. Nobody cares about Royce. You need to go write about somebody mainstream German, like Nietzsche or Husserl. And I said, well, I have an idea about Nietzsche, that he's really a super Christian philosopher. And then I have this idea that maybe Husserl was inspired by Royce. And Randy said, yeah, go write about Husserl. So I headed over to Göttingen on a fishing expedition the next year, 2009, just wondering how on earth could Husserl sound so much like Royce. My hypothesis was that it had something to do with Hermann Lotze, who was an inspiration both to Husserl and to Royce. He was a big inspiration to both of them, but what I found there at Göttingen was this dissertation that Winthrop Bell had written on Royce's philosophy at Husserl's request. So I've been working on that for a while. Now, what I want to talk about today, it's a bit about philosophy, but it's also a lot about Polish history. So Winthrop Bell, as it turns out, had a really important role in the development of Poland as a modern state. So just to give the kind of historical situation, first, Winthrop in the early part of the 20th century studies liberal arts and history and engineering in Canada. Then he goes and he does some professional work in engineering. Then he studies philosophy with Royce at Harvard to get the master's degree, 1908. Does some more professional work and then goes off to Germany to study with Husserl between 1911 and 1914. The war breaks out. Actually, the one correction to Randy here is the Germans suspected that he was a spy at that point for various reasons. He had this engineering training. He had freehand drawings of German bridges. He had photographic equipment, etc. He was not yet a spy in 1911. But he spent the war in prison anyways, He would have just had to do that as an enemy citizen. Spends the whole war in prison, and then gets out of prison, goes to England, starts talking to people who are impressed by what he knows, and then he's hired on as a British intelligence agent, codenamed Agent A12, and was very, very highly placed. So he routinely meets with the Canadian Prime Minister, with the British Prime Minister, with Maurice Hankey, who was the secretary of the big three, excuse me, France, the US, and England when they were at Versailles. So Maurice Hankey was one of four people in the room. And Winthrop met with him many, many, many times, talked with him dozens of times throughout the process. And what I'm going to be talking about today is the way that his philosophical understanding communicated itself to the people at Versailles, who were about to hand over this whole German region, Upper Silesia, Danzig, West Prussia, to Poland. And Winthrop convinced them that they needed to modify this. They needed to conduct local votes in order to figure out which populations wanted to be Polish, which populations wanted to be German. He said, if this did not happen, you're going to get World War II breaking out right now. There's hundreds of thousands of troops on both sides. If you do what the draft treaty says, this is the Versailles draft treaty that came out in May 1919. If you do this, there's going to be immediate World War again. And the Versailles people listened to him. So they slammed the brakes on this. They converted what they were about to do. They took his suggestion for the vote. This is very little known, but what I want to talk about now is how this relates to his philosophical understanding. So just to kind of catch up, in the spring of 1919, Winthrop Bell, working as an undercover agent in Germany, discovers an anti-Jewish plot among right-wing militarists. And he discovers that the Russian Soviets and the right-wing militarists have begun to collaborate. So, excuse me, the Russian Soviets and the German right-wing militarists have begun to secretly collaborate, speaking in Berlin. This is how nationalism becomes National Socialism. So Winthrop is the very first one who's there who detects the emergence of Nazism. And there was an intensive period of collaboration that begins in 1919 between the Soviets and these German right-wing militarists. They already have these plots to carve up Poland. And nowadays the Russians compliment themselves in the back for beating the Nazis. But this was only after they collaborated extensively with the Nazis, and then of course Hitler betrayed them. And Winthrop foresaw this, and that in 1919, he already knew that these German right-wing militarists hated the Russians, but would ally with them in order to carve up Eastern Europe. So this is the background. This is from a book I'm writing. I'm leaving off this part, and now to skip to the Polish part. So in the spring of 1919, Poland had two targets painted on its back. The Russian Soviets and the German militarists wanted to get rid of them. And the Poles' two enemies, Winthrop had discovered, were talking about uniting forces. Just several months after the armistice, war on a mass scale threatened to break out once again. Hundreds of thousands of German and Polish troops, regulars and irregulars, lined up at the German-Polish border. They were armed to the teeth and ready to fight to the death over Upper Silesia and West Prussia, rich industrial regions controlled for seven centuries by Germany, but by Poland before that. Silesia was in the eastern reaches of the German Empire and on Poland's southwest. The area in question was about 4,300 square miles. The Commission on Polish Affairs had counseled the Versailles Treaty negotiators to hand over the whole territory to Poland. That meant delivering hundreds of thousands of Germans, German-led industry, and rich mineral deposits to Germany's Polish enemy. Winthrop knew that if it happened, it would mean immediate full-scale war. It would have meant handing over Germans, ethnic Germans, to Polish control, as well as a quarter of Germany's annual coal production and many of its most valuable factories. So the newspaper said the border, Polish-German border, was already a violent war zone, and Winthrop requested to his MI6 bosses back in England to let him go there, so he could figure out what was going on. Rudolf Nadolny, a central figure in Germany's foreign affairs department and one of Winthrop's sources, had told Winthrop that if he asked the locals on the Polish-German border, he'd find that their own wishes about which country they wanted to join would be different from their race. The West had reason to see one side of the issue and the East the other side. But the particular goal of the phenomenological science in which Winthrop was trained was to see both sides of the object. On April 29, 1919, Winthrop packed his bags in a rush and sprinted through the Charlottenburg train station, where he met with his traveling companion to Breslau, the German Jewish philosopher Edith Stein, who was on her way to her hometown. The train from Berlin was full to bursting. This is the train that Chris takes just about every day. So finally, he spotted 2 seats free, but the only way to get them was to leap in through the window. The doors were blocked with people and luggage. He hauled Stein up after him. As his decrepit train rattled eastward, Winthrop questioned Stein on her scientific study of empathy, but because he was exhausted, she did most of the talking. She complimented Winthrop's 2 professors, Royce and Husserl, for discovering a synthesis of a seemingly irreconcilable difference in the history of modern philosophy. Of the individual in the community, which is supreme and which is reducible to the other. She continued, the long fight between British empiricism and German idealism had seemed to force a choice between the individual I of empiricism, locked into a permanently partial and changing perspective, versus the formal idea, I of German idealism, locked into an eternally formal perspective. Which of these was right, the one or the many, the individual or the community? The choice, Stein understood, was futile. Both of these 2 poles are on to something. Without individual perspectives and formal social relations, we cannot gain knowledge. Royce and Husserl discovered, she continued, and explored the realm of intersubjectivity, which is both individual and social. Between the abstracted poles of self and other, intersubjective inquiry seeks the truth of the real world in a way which neither can do by itself. Different hikers on a mountain path see the same valley from different perspectives, but when they compare notes, a fuller picture emerges. Stein continued, and I should say, by the way, this is Hermann Lotze comes up with a lot of this. It filters its way through Royce and Husserl. And just maybe another asterisk to Randy Auxier's talk, a lot of the stuff that's in Royce in his discovery of phenomenology is also in Hermann Lotze. But just to continue, if I were, quote, imprisoned within the boundaries of my individuality, I could not go beyond the world as it appears to me, end quote. By empathy, we gain an approach to the real world. Quote, this is Stein, I cross these boundaries by the help of empathy and obtain the world's second and third appearance, which are independent of my perception, end quote. We pass from the merely one-dimensional view to a 3-dimensional view by such an interpretive comparison. The various disjointed phenomena become phenomenology through their significance as being different aspects for the various inquiring individuals of the same meant object. Bell nodded along in agreement with Stein. This is why he cared about Germans as much as he cared about the British or the Canadians. Germans weren't just foreigners, but collaborators in the quest for truth, contributing more perspectives that filled in our portraiture of the world. This is at a time when the predominant British and French Canadian attitude was just punish the Germans, They fought this aggressive war. We've won. Now we need to do what's been done since time immemorial, punish the losers and take their stuff. Stein continued, the primordial givenness of the existing world is achieved through an ongoing social comparison of signs by individuals. My perception in the world given by empathy are the same world differently seen. This difference isn't mere difference or mere sequence, but an ongoing creative combination. Quote, the same world is not merely presented now in one way and then in another, but in both ways at the same time, end quote. Her first person perspective didn't drop out. Rather, this individual perspective would contribute, along with Winthrop's perspective and Husserl's and everybody else's, along with the perspectives of all truth-loving subjects, the brushstrokes that make up the portrait of the world. Just a footnote here, a lot of times people will talk about phenomenology being about the first-person subjective experience, and sometimes you'll find this in different disciplines that talk about this. It's true enough, but for Husserl, it's about the first-person subjective experience of these people who are loyally committed to uncovering truth and are loyally committed to all the other people who are uncovering truth. So it's not the first-person perspective of any old person, but of those who are loyal to what Husserl calls faithful description. To anyone merely alone, Stein continued, the individual perspective doesn't amount to much. Then it is a mere phenomena that might be deceptive. Without comparison, she continued, we lock ourselves into a fantasy without the comparative access point to truth. Then instead of engaging in the logical ordering of phenomena, phenomenology, in the way that gives us truth, we are stuck with momentary shifting phenomena that seem true, but aren't because they can't ever wrap themselves around the whole dimensionality of the sought object, nor the whole scientific project of discovering the world by comparison of perspectives. And that is why for the phenomenologists, the vices of jealousy, selfish ambition, and warmongering fail. They make an idol of the merely individual kind of perspective while shutting off the path by which the individual perspective can become part of a significant whole. It is why virtually all of the phenomenologists later immediately rejected Hitler's theory when they first heard it. A single isolated man isn't a Führer, a leader of the people, but is a fictional fantasist. Loyalty to truth means seeking an object valid for everyone through individual and social perspectives engaged in an ongoing comparison. So really the Göttingen phenomenologists, when they heard about Hitler, immediately rejected this. The exception, of course, people talk about Martin Heidegger, he's a phenomenologist and he liked Hitler. But the secret to this mystery is Heidegger was not really a phenomenologist. He hadn't been trained in this. He hears the language as a postdoc. He pretends that he's a phenomenologist in order to convince Husserl to give him his job. But when he writes the big book, Being in Time, Husserl picks it up and he says, this is not phenomenology. This is nonsense, which it is. From a phenomenological perspective, at least. To continue, so loyalty to truth means seeking an object valid for everyone through this individual and social perspective engaged in an ongoing comparison, what Royce calls interpretation. This deceptively simple idea has had an enormous impact in 20th century politics, one that has been suggested in Royce scholarship by scholars like Randy Auxier and Jackie Kegley, but not broadly appreciated. Royce's influence was felt not only by President Woodrow Wilson and the recent President Theodore Roosevelt, both of whom were inspired by Josiah Royce, but also through Royce's influence on Winthrop Bell, who then had the ear of Lloyd George and the Big Three at Versailles. This Roycean way of thinking of interpretation gave politicians a new way to conceive of post-war peace, not as a matter of exacting revenge in the guise of achieving justice, but rather in seeking to reopen the path of education by the comparison of cultural perspectives, which crucially is going to include the perspectives of the just defeated people. So this is Wilson's big idea in the 14 points. It's Royce's idea. Why doesn't it flow through? Because Wilson talks this way, and at first the British and the French just think this is crazy. This is not what you do when you defeat an enemy. You don't respect their culture. You grind them into the pavement. You take their stuff. Obviously, it's what we've always done, you friggin' idiots. The tragic aspect of this was not that Wilson was a naive idealist, but that America was only one of the big three, and Wilson just in the beginning months of the treaty negotiations just gets outvoted again and again and again. Later on, apparently he has a minor stroke before his big stroke. He's out of it by the time the British, through Winthrop convincing them, swings around to what had been the American perspective. But by that point, now the British were the only ones who were trying to respect Germany. By then, Wilson was out of it and was just going along with what the French were saying. So victory at war followed by despoiling adversaries had long seemed the best way forward, but for Royce, by removing the temptation of giving a once-for-all world portrait founded upon an abstract idolatry of either the individual or the communal aspect of inquiry, we can see the hard but rewarding educational way ahead of us. The way is made easier the more loyalists to truth walk with us, and so it is to the profit of wisdom to not destroy possible fellow inquirers. If we want to learn things about the world so that we can better succeed in it, we simply need to interpret the mental signs that others present to us. And for this, we need fellow interpreters, that is, fellow truth-seeking loyalists. It also meant that when we reject or destroy other perspectives, we are doing ourselves an injury. Royce's political writings during World War I explore the idea of the dangerous dyad versus the interpretive triad. The dangerous dyad is a negative-sum game wherein victory in war leaves the victor in proximity to a vengeful, defeated nature. Royce proposed that after the hoped-for victory over Germany, a new way should follow, that of triadic interpretation. And this was the idea that carries itself forward through Wilson and through Winthrop. So the next day after this conversation with Stein on the train from Germany to Breslau.
Just so you know, I think you have about, just a few minutes left. Sorry to interrupt. It's fascinating.
Okay, well, let me just sum up a few minutes. So I'm okay. Very good. So yeah, to sum up, he gets to the border. He has interviews with the local Germans, the local Poles, and what he gets through this process of interpretation is, well, what you need to do is have a vote, a plebiscite vote among these local populations to decide where they want to go to. He pitches this idea at Versailles. He's flown in by MI6 in an airplane to get him there in a hurry. MI6 is totally on board with this plan. The plan gets pitched to Lloyd George at the end of May. Lloyd George is convinced. He goes a few days later to the full Versailles meeting and basically makes these three demands, which were Winthrop's three arguments. First, that there needs to be the plebiscite votes. Second, that there should be very little reparations payments that are demanded. And third, that Germany should immediately be admitted to the League of Nations. What ended up happening is that the big three, that is Wilson and Clemenceau for the French, were frightened enough about Winthrop Bell's warning about World War III breaking out that they said, okay, we'll have the plebiscite votes. As for reparations, this was really a mixed bag. Britain was pushing to really try to get rid of these or at least seriously minimize them. France said, no way. Wilson said, well, I'm with the French at this point. And they ended up kicking the can down the road. So the reparations payments weren't decided upon until 1921. And they were far less severe than what had initially been proposed. But at this point, too much economic destruction had been done in order to make a big difference. And then the French said, no way on Poland, on Germany joining the League of Nations. So maybe just let me skip all the way down then to the conclusion. So if MI6 hadn't sent Agent A12, that is Winthrop Bell, to Versailles, history would have turned out differently. The Allies would have stuck by the initial severe terms of the treaty. It would have destroyed Germany immediately. What ended up happening instead was not what he wanted, which was this initial Wilsonian Roycean idea of immediately bringing Germany back into the community of nations. Instead, what happened was Versailles seriously wounded Germany without killing them. It wasn't what Winthrop wanted, but it was kind of what happened after his advice got worked into the midst. But understood in a reflective way, this can help us to think that the real game of war isn't won with battlefield victory, but in supporting individuals and communities after war, with the victors providing support to the vanquished. Josiah Royce's influence on Woodrow Wilson and Bell's influence on Lloyd George opened up this possibility, which is only finally realized in the Marshall Plan following World War II, of truly winning a war by winning the peace, which requires empathy with the defeated population. But habits are not the matter of single acts, but of consistent practice. The United States hasn't cleanly won a war since World War II, despite many battlefield victories since then. But to win the war is to win the peace, and it requires empathy with its at-once understanding of the dignity of individuals and communities. So thank you very much to the organizer of this conference, which I think is the right topic for the right moment in history. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating, and I am sure it's going to be on Netflix within 5 years or even sooner. So anyway, that was great. That was a real treat. So now we are open for discussion. I'm not sure. I think what I should do is go back to the few questions that were raised to begin with. And if everybody, we don't have that much time, and I see we have a lot of questions. So I think first with Cedric Brown had a question on transcendence to Professor Skowroński. Are you still interested in that dialogue?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Well, so my answer to this question is the following, that John Locke tried to develop the idea of transcendence in experience spirituality that is very similar to Santayana's idea of spirituality of the present moment, where you have very briefly, you have a kind of, I don't know, skill or ability to take a look from a distance at a very present, ordinary, everyday situation or event. And you reflect on this in non-utilitarian way. For example, I treat you, the members of this panel, as colleagues, as partners, as people with whom I can philosophically develop some ideas, but at the same time, I may treat you in a spiritual way, in the sense that I, as if, take a photo in my memory of the event, and I contemplate or meditate about the beauty of this meeting and the beauty of these, of the words and thoughts and exchanges of ideas that we have been doing. And I can keep and develop this in my memory. And in this way, I may, as if, elevate this moment into the position of something special, although it may be not so special in the economy of life. So this ability to take a snapshot, take a photo, and then to be able to develop this in your memory, in your imagination, is something that this spirituality means. It has hardly anything with some kind of religious ideas that refer to God or transcendental entity of any sort. So
Okay.
I would answer this way.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah, that was great. So we move on now to Professor Skowroński's question of abortion to Professor Madigan.
Yeah, sorry, it was not actually about abortion. It was about the relations of power and violence that results from that. So when I was listening to Tim, well, a couple of times he was saying about this violence against women and so on. But I would say, what about violence, if it is violence at all, against unborn children? So ethics of care should be the first, I think, to think about this symmetry. Some people who have power may execute violence. So, okay, but what about women who execute violence against unborn children in the process of abortion, unless you tell me that it's not violence? So this is my question. I was not sure what is the position of ethics of care about this. So it's not about abortion, it is about possible violence against unborn children.
I think just in general, it's the idea of the question of choice to tell a woman who is pregnant that she must give birth. If you get into the ontological status of being, that's a very abstract notion, as opposed to the practical notion of telling a specific woman, you are now pregnant, you must have that child. I do think that the ethics of care, individuals are concerned about the question of violence in that regard, but to sort of answer that the unborn fetus is a person and therefore has a right to life, and it's violence against that fetus just seems to be an abstract type of argument rather than, again, the concrete of a particular person being told you must have that child whether you wish to have it or not.
Okay, thank you. And I'll continue just because there are so many questions. I don't know who was first, so I'll just go along my screen. So I have Richard Rubin. You have the floor.
Sorry, boy, there were many interesting speakers. I'm just going to mention this because I don't want to address this now, but Randy, John Locke has done some work on Santayana and Royce and showing how much they come together in many ways. And both you and your comment and Jason Bell's mentioning of Hermann Lotze, of course, Santayana's dissertation under Royce, at Royce's suggestion, he steered him away from Schopenhauer to work on Hermann Lotze. No one, as far as I know, has done much work on Santayana and Lotze, and that would be a worthwhile project for someone who knew Lotze and Royce to take on. I'm just mentioning that. My question is really for Tim Madigan. I really appreciated your presentation, and was good to know about Virginia Held's work. Are you familiar with Eva Katay's lessons from my daughter, Tim?
No, I am not.
Yeah, I think you might look at that. Eva's done a lot of work in ethics of care. She has a cognitively challenged daughter. I think that's the way we phrase it today, who is now close to 50 years old. And she talks about all of the things that her daughter has taught her And the most famous confrontation she had was an argument she had with Peter Singer, who said that chimpanzees were, brighter and more competent than retarded individuals. And she told him that that made her want to vomit. So that was very interesting. So look at that. But what's really interesting about this ethics of care is that there are really some concrete things that people can learn by studying that. And when you get into a situation where you're caring with someone with difficulty, is to know that how important it is to go to the emotional center of someone's and how people need to be heard. A child who is crying because he's afraid of a needle, the first thing you do is not tell him, oh, it's not going to hurt that much. You have to empathize and say, oh, you're scared. It must be painful. And the same thing with an older person in a nursing home who says that he wants to go home. You don't tell the person, oh, you have such wonderful things here. They have music, they have exercises. You say, oh, that must feel bad. Tell me about home. So those are really important, less concrete lessons that people can get out of ethics of care. Sorry, I took some time. I thought that was important to make those points.
No, I appreciate that very much. In fact, I had an uncle who, the term was mentally retarded at the time, who my grandmother would not put in an institution. He was raised with his siblings, including my father. And her reasons was the places were so horrific that children were placed in at that time in the 1930s. Unfortunately, when she died, it was a difficult decision that my father and his siblings and all of us had to make. But fortunately, by that time in the 1980s, there were caring homes and institutions. So we were able to put him in a very wonderful place where we could visit him and where he got the care that he needed. And I'm glad to say my Uncle Billy lived to the age of 75, which when he was born, that nobody would have foreseen that. But it wasn't only because of my grandmother's care, it was also because of the caring institutions. And one of the things I do now is to support that institution as best I can financially. And I would agree that people like Singer who make these abstract kind of comments not only are offensive, but really are not dealing with the complexities of this matter.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to let you know that we have 4 people who want to ask questions. So I'll name you in the order that you can ask questions, and just to let everyone know, we have until 5:15. So Herman, then Marcin, then Yvonne, then Piotr. So Herman, if you wouldn't mind starting.
Thank you very much. Richard, I appreciate your comments. Know you care for Beck in those circumstances. Tim, I wanted to simply say I met Held at the Graduate Center of New York in the late 70s, early 80s, and I'm really pleased you're using her work. Chris Skowroński, I want to make a comment and then 2 questions. John Knox and I have worked together since 1967. Hence, we have careers that sort of overlap in a variety of ways. The question I'm going to ask you is the divergency of the careers and how that fits into Stoic pragmatism. John's approach in terms of involvement had to do principally with his family, his locations, the university he was in, and professional societies. He did not join national activities or international ones. He and I both worked together on a variety of projects. I was involved in the civil rights movement, open housing, and the like. And we both had international backgrounds, me in 82 different countries, and working on presidential commissions and advisory boards. Yet John never joined a national movement. How does Stoic pragmatism permit two really radically different, well, not radically different, but quite different approaches to civic engagement? And finally, the second question for Chris, Santayana's concern about social engagement, and particularly philosophers giving advice on how to live well, was that this was an effort for philosophers to take the place of ministers. And the question became, what is the basis for philosophers giving advice, such as John Locke has done so well?
Thank you for these questions. It's very easy for me to answer. As far as John Locke is concerned, he has been a mentor, educator, and teacher. And this is the public dimension of his activity. And in many places in his work, and in many comments of the people who know John, they would say that this is his great contribution as teaching, education, and being a mentor. So public life does not have to be that you are publicly visible in, on the first pages of the magazines, but it may mean that you have some kind of impact upon the people with whom you work, like in the relationship teacher-students. And in the case of Santayana, he was a public person in a sense when he left academia, also, although academia is a sort of public place, and he devoted his life to writing books. So I just wonder if he lived nowadays, he would just turn to making clips on YouTube, perhaps, rather than writing books, because nowadays we have these tools that are much more powerful, especially as far as reaching youngsters is concerned. So skillfully making YouTube clip may reach, many more people. So this is my answer.
Is there a base for that?
Say it again.
Is there a philosophical base for that?
Well, depending, philosophy as a public activity that deals with education and advice and showing the example of the good life, I think it may be. And I would think that public intellectual or digital culture public intellectual, I would say it's something that may be an attractive way for many philosophers nowadays.
Yeah, Helen, can I just add a brief supplement? Because I just want to say quickly that John Locke was quite active in philosophic associations. He participated actively in the APA. He was instrumental in making sure that the independent societies, the non-mainstream philosophers had a voice there. He was one of the founders of SAP. So, I mean, he was not, isolated just at Vanderbilt, mentoring students.
Yeah, Richard, I actually did mention the professional association. He and I were presidents of the same organizations.
Yeah.
So, and that's quite true.
Okay, shall we move on to Marcin's question then?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you for all the presentations. They are very interesting. I have two questions, one for Professor Tim regarding the ethics of care. And this was very interesting to hear. I didn't know about Professor Schell's work on ethics of care, but when I was listening to the lecture, I could see a lot of parallels with James's, Santayana's, Dewey's, and Mead's thinking. And I would like to ask you whether she refers to those core pragmatists when speaking about ethics of care, or whether there was work that was done by other scholars to connect the ethics of care with those philosophers, her ethics of care with those philosophers. And a second question for Professor Matteo from Bologna, who was puzzled about certain issues on the topic of socialization. I have a question whether it would be profitable to look into Piaget, Kohlberg's, and Erikson's work on socialization. Maybe that can be, so that's more like a suggestion. Maybe that could be a fruitful path to go. Thank you.
Well, I'll just answer very quickly. I think the ethics of care, as I understand it, is very much involved with the making of connections and breaking down of distinctions. So there are definite connections with many of the pragmatic schools, but in particular, my own awareness of the ethics of care was through the work of Nell Noddings, who is a very major figure. I didn't, for interest of time, I didn't really refer to her, but she and Professor Held have certainly worked together very closely, and Noddings was and is very much involved with the world of John Dewey.
May I? And thank you for the comment. Yes, I think that Piaget perspective is very interesting, and I'm not sure, but it's a question that I raised to myself. Just if Mead, for instance, in the Piaget-Vygotsky debate, it's closer to Piaget or to Vygotsky, because sometimes I have the impression that he's far closer to Vygotsky than to Piaget, but maybe Mead could be understood as a middle position between Piaget and between Vygotsky. But yeah, I'm aware of Piaget perspective, and it's very important to this issue. And generally speaking, I see Mead as a middle way between Piaget and Vygotsky. But thank you so much for your comment and for your interest.
Okay. Should we move on to Yvonne now?
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for this incredibly inspiring talks this afternoon. I have a short question for Professor Madigan and for Matteo Santarelli. So the question I have for Tim Madigan, actually, I mean, my question was, but it got clarified now a bit better, what the approach is when Richard Rubin asked his question, because it regarded the operation, the operational level of how we get convinced of that theory. Because on one of your slides, you had, as an answer to one of the criticisms that I wrote it down, it's the first prescriptive ethical theory not based primarily on rationality, no? And so I was wondering, how do you then sell the theory to other, or how do you convince people of the theory, you know, if not by telling them that it's better than other approaches, no? But it seems to be that it's merely on the content of the theory, you know, that you apply or that you draw on the emotional level when actually being engaged in ethics of care, but not when theorizing about ethics of care. Do I get it right? So it's more an understanding question. And for Matteo, I was wondering when you draw up the second problem, no, about self-stimulation, I was wondering if there needs to be a threshold, because from a merely theoretical point of view, yeah, from an analytical point of view, because maybe when you don't need to have a threshold between the biological and the societal, why do you need to have a threshold between the individual pre and after self-reflection? So can't it be without a threshold, or that these are the questions? Thank you.
Well, I think your question is an excellent one, because in part, I suppose if you're promoting a theory, one way you do it is by saying how different you are, and that kind of gets into almost fundamentalism of a sort, whereas seems to me one can certainly draw many connections between the ethics of care and virtue ethics, and whether there is a real hard and fast distinction, I'm not so convinced by. And also, in light of our discussions of German thought. I see in the chat a couple of mentions of Schopenhauer. I happen to be a great admirer of Schopenhauer's work on ethics, and that too, I think, has very strong connections with the ethics of care. And one of the things I would like to do, if I make any contributions in that area, is to try to make that a little more evident.
Thank you, Yvonne, for the question. I don't think I have a good answer to your question. What I would say that even if we follow your suggestion, which is a very good one, then I would rephrase my criticism to Mead, and I would say that he's not attentive enough to this kind of experience of very reflective awareness of ourselves, right? So I agree with you. There's a lot of vagueness in this distinction, but even if we endorse this vagueness, and I totally with you, I think that maybe we can rephrase the first hypothesis by saying that Mead could have been more phenomenological in his approach that he was, right? Because he opens a way for this kind of analysis, but then differently, for instance, from James and from Royce, he doesn't delve, maybe because he wants to stick to his so-called behaviorism. I don't know, maybe he was afraid that he would have been not enough behaviorist if he did this kind of refined phenomenological reflection. But yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. And so maybe your suggestion point to rephrase my criticism. And thank you so much.
Okay, and I think Piotr, and then I see marching after Piotr. But Piotr, you have a question.
Okay, my name is Piotr Gutowski. I didn't have any paper here, but I did some work on American philosophy. I have a question to Randy Auxier. I'm not clear what exact thesis about the relationship between Royce and Husserl you want to defend. Is it about temporal or causal priority of Royce's ideas over Husserl, in the sense that Husserl would not have formulated his ideas without direct or indirect influence of Royce? Or is it a weak thesis that Husserl and Royce came up with similar ideas at the same time, perhaps inspired by what was in the air, as with many so-called parallel discoveries in hard sciences? There are also, various possibilities in between, but I mean, it seems to me that clarifying this very intriguing and I would say revolutionary thesis would be interesting. Thanks.
I can answer that very quickly. So I put the paper, the full paper, into the chat. I suggest you download it, read the very first footnote, and you will see that it is to a long piece by me on what influence means in a philosophical setting. That in particular is on the influence of Bergson on Whitehead, but it's an independent discussion about what philosophical influence means, and I argue that it's a kind of confluence. The second thing that you'll see in a note, there's a very long quote from Royce from an unpublished manuscript about how we ourselves don't even know what influences us very clearly. And so when we start trying to make judgments about who influenced who or what, we're not even very good at telling our own stories, let alone telling the stories of others. And so I'm not arguing for influence in some historical sense of the word. I'm arguing for confluence in a philosophical sense. And that's going to involve certain negations like without X, not Y. But I don't want to formalize those too hard. I would rather say it looks like without X, not Y, right? And so would Husserl have come up with some of this stuff entirely on his own? That's an unanswerable question. It's unknowable. And so we know what he did come up with, and we know what he read. And the rest of it is a matter of trying to discern patterns in his thinking, understanding how the guy gathered information and how that information found its way to the end of his pen. And that's a kind of historical biographical judgment that we make, but the judgment needs to be as informed as possible. So you're not going to find me making some dogmatic claim about this. But what I am saying is nobody's paying attention to this, and it actually happened. It did actually happen. Somebody put in the chat, you know, well, he was studying Kant in the 1890s before. Well, he wrote a manuscript on Peirce before that. Jason Bell's publishing that. It's coming out in Transaction. And so, I mean, this argument could go on with the exchange of facts indefinitely. I said I could answer quickly, didn't I? I lied. We could go on with the exchange of facts indefinitely. In the end, it's going to be a matter of informing ourselves as best as we can and then making a judgment and, you know, standing by it, but being willing to revise it in light of further factual information.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. And now marching, then Richard, and then Kasia, if that's okay. It's now 17:09 for anyone who's interested. I know. So Kasia, so marching maybe quickly since you already spoke. And then also Richard.
Oh, Kasia was ahead of me.
Oh, she was? Okay, because I can't tell on mine. I'm not following. So maybe Kasia then. Since
yeah, my question will be very brief. It's to Matteo Santarelli. Thank you very much for this interesting paper. Matteo, one question. Are you familiar with the work of Manfred Frank?
No, I'm not. Sorry, but
so,
it's.
Yes. So I would
can
like
you give me
to
some?
recommend. I would like to recommend Manfred Frank, a very good philosopher who writes both from phenomenological and transcendentalist perspective, and he is trying to, in his book Sense of a Self, he's trying to solve the dilemmas that you spoke about self-stimulation and the sort of primary self. So I think you might reach for it to find like really serious proposals of solutions for this very problem. I can message it in the chat.
Yes, thank you. I'm not an expert on this. I'm looking in this direction to solve a problem that I think there is in Mead. So thank you so much for this suggestion.
Yeah. I might have many more questions, but I don't want to take time. It's already late. Thank you for all the presentations were great.
Okay, and Richard?
Well, I didn't want to present, did Marcin Kalinowski have something?
No, I don't think so. I think you're.
No, I already asked my question.
He did.
Oh, okay.
You're muted.
Sorry, just a brief thank you to Matteo for your presentation on Mead. I just wanted to that yesterday in my presentation on Dewey, I offered a rather early presentation of Dewey's sense of self, and it really evolved in collaboration with Mead. So very much the idea that the self it cannot be conceived independently of the social organization, and you presented that idea very clearly. So just thank you for that. And I just wanted to clarify that was also Dewey's view as he matured.
Yes, I thank you. I also appreciated your comment, and I quoted the idea of the individual as a victim of society from your quote. So it was very interesting for me as well, and I agree with you on Dewey and Mead. Thank you so much for your comments.
Okay, I see a hand raised for Piotr, but I think that was, you just didn't fail to put your hand down.
Sorry, I just forgot to
yeah. So I think, I mean, there's quite a lot going on the chat, but I think we should end it just so somebody, because the next session is coming on soon. Kasia, would you like to finalize anything?
Yes. So once again, thank you very much for all the papers and for the discussion. It was enormously engaging. There's also always too little time for discussion, unfortunately. This is, I think in future, if we ever organize a similar conference, I will learn the lesson that it's too little time for discussion. Anyway, we were supposed to have a short coffee break now. I would like to suggest that we start our Santayana session 5 minutes later, okay? So that we may have at least a short break. So let's say at 5:20, we will see each other again. Of the conference. And the session will be chaired by Glenn Tiller. So I'm passing the microphone to Glenn.
Thank you, Kasia. Welcome to the second Santayana session, or the Santayana session part 2, which will close out this wonderful conference. I will be brief in my introduction so that we may give our speakers as much time and our participants as much time as possible to talk. But please let me say again, although it's been said many times, it can't be said enough. Thank you to Kasia for organizing this wonderful conference. It's a heavy lift, a tremendous amount of work under arduous circumstances. And I think we can all agree it's been a great success. And thank you also to the Institute. Yes, thank you all. You're welcome. Thank you also to the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology of Polish Academy of Science for generously hosting this event. Our first speaker is Professor Martin Coleman of Indiana University, Purdue University, where he is director and editor of the Santayana edition. The title of his talk is Ideal Friendship and Actual Friends. So please take it away, Professor Coleman.
Thanks, Glenn. I'm grateful to the Institute of Philosophy of the Polish Academy of Sciences in Warsaw, and to Kasia and her colleagues for their dedicated work, and for the opportunity to speak at this meeting about the individual and the community, a topic which, as many speakers have already acknowledged, takes on added significance of individuals and communities like those in Warsaw, giving refuge to people suffering under the attacks of authoritarian and ultranationalist violence. Today, I will talk about an enriching form of community in a paper entitled Ideal Friendship and Actual Friends. And so the actual friends I will talk about are George Santayana and Frank Russell, and have some pictures up there from around the time when they first met. So friendship, on George Santayana's account, is a form rooted in our living bodies and coming to fruition in our consciousness of ideals. Santayana's autobiographical accounts of friendship and his philosophical reflections exemplify how he proposed both to survey and cultivate a life of reason. His work suggests how we can come to understand our own and the opportunities in these experiences for self-knowledge and sanity. Santayana wrote about friendship throughout his career, but his most sustained analysis appears in his 1905-1906 articulation of the life of reason. Reasoning occurs when we become purposeful. That is, when the fulfillment of an impulse is represented by an ideal, and reflection on that ideal modifies action and alters experience. Ideals, as representations of impulses fulfilled, arise in nature and relate symbolically to natural existences. And consciously ordered ideals can guide action to natural human happiness. And this is what Santayana called the life of reason. Reasoning is not simply a means to fulfilling impulses and increasing pleasures. Rather, it actualizes the potential of satisfied desires to reveal ideal objects and experience steadier and more lucid than that of simple pleasures. When we are conscious of ideals, the fulfillment of natural impulses, rather than reinforcing a mechanical round of desire and satisfaction, broadens and liberates experience, allowing for understanding and evaluation. Ideals representing the best human efforts to live reasonably and sanely were what Santayana intended to articulate in the 5 books of his The Life of Reason. Santayana relied on, as he a little reflection and a little candor to determine what a reasonable and healthy life is, taking as a standard an ideal of human happiness as harmonized fulfillment of natural impulses. In the area of social life, Santayana distinguished natural society and free society as forms of biological impulses. Natural society includes human love, family, industry, and government. Ideal representation of impulses moves these associations beyond instinctive reactions, increasing power and scope of human action in material concerns of procreation, protection. And in free society, attention shifts from material concerns to ideals. Rather than associations compelled by biology or business, in friendship, we choose associations based on consciousness of shared ideals. Grows like the ideals surveyed in the life of reason by chance, out of material conditions, and it's chosen for the contribution it makes to happiness. Accordingly, Santayana's reflections on friendship correlate with experiences documented in his letters and autobiography. Santayana wrote that the most friends was John Francis Stanley's second Earl Russell, known as Frank, the brother of philosopher Bertrand Russell. Frank and Santayana differed greatly in temperament, interests, and career. And in his autobiography, Santayana acknowledged that people often were puzzled at this friendship. Friendship, wrote Santayana, accidental, confirming itself and generating its own standard. It begins when chance conditions lead to an actual meeting of two people. Santayana detailed in his autobiography the accidental conditions, including his reputation, his acquaintances, the location of his rooms at Harvard. 5 to his meeting with Frank when the latter was touring the United States. Santayana's friendship with Frank demonstrates other preliminary, though not necessary, conditions of friendship Santayana detailed in his philosophical reflections. They were the same gender, similar age, both being students. Certainly their social backgrounds differed. Santayana, a Spanish Catholic immigrant to Boston, Frank, an English aristocrat. But as Frank's biographer, Ruth Durham, observed, both were uprooted from childhood homes at early ages, ending up in uncongenial circumstances. Frank was orphaned at 10. Santayana's family split when he was 5 years old, and he was sent to the United States when he was 9. Frank's experience left him feeling perpetually misunderstood, and Santayana recalled his own childhood as solitary and unhappy. The result, wrote Durham, was two misfits with a shared. Though their professional and personal choices were quite different, they were similar in tending to discount, if not utterly dismiss, social conventions and expectations. In addition to preliminary shared traits and experiences, a necessary condition of any friendship is, unsurprisingly, personal affection, preceded by mutually congenial rates of vibration and sensuous affinity that sets up instinctive sympathy. Santayana's autobiography and letters show the strong impression Frank made on him from the start. Santayana recalled Frank's appearance, movement, and speech. There was, wrote Santayana, and mild as he seemed, he suggested a latent capacity to leap, a latent astonishing celerity and strength that could crush at one blow. And Frank's impromptu reading of Swinburne's poems he found on Santayana's shelf at their first meeting, demonstrated how voice that can impress the senses and suffuse the idea of an appealing person with the felt sense of particular agreeable traits, which is, Santayana describes this in the Life of Reason. Santayana reported that before hearing Frank read, he, quote, had not could become like stained glass, an object and a delight in itself. That's from his autobiographical account of the actual meeting. Frank entered into Santayana's life in the way described in Santayana's philosophical reflections in The Life of Reason, quote, by awakening an inexpressible animal sympathy, by the contagion of objects. They shared appreciation of poetry, and a new ideal revealed in listening to Frank read prefigured what must happen to move into friendship. That is, after the initial liking, subsequent impressions not only deepen that initial interest, but shift its focus from the senses. And Santayana indicate that within a year of his initial meeting, animal sympathy was mixed with conscious intellectual appreciation. He found Frank, quote, the ablest man all around that I have ever met. He isn't good. That is, he is completely selfish and rather cruel, but then practically and intellectually, he is really brilliant. Santayana acknowledged in his life the apparent oddity of his friendship with Frank and wrote that, quote, people always wondered how it could have happened. There were the chance circumstances, the instinctive sympathy and personal liking, but what accounted for the endurance and unique significance of the friendship with a person Santayana himself observed could be selfish and cruel? So the relationship or the entertainment of Frank's adventures and trials provided for the entertainment that Frank's adventures and trials provided for Santayana, the spectator who repaid Frank with sympathetic support. But their friendship was not sustained by the spectacle of Frank's life, not by senses, but by the shared ideals that animated it. According to Santayana, shared ideals or conscious aspiration for the same fulfillment of impulses clarify instinctive sympathy and personal liking. Shared ideals is what Santayana called ideal sympathy, and it moves instinctive sympathy in. Durham observed correctly, it seems to me, that Frank and Santayana both valued ideals of sincerity, forthrightness, and freedom. Santayana observed an appreciation shared with Frank for intellectual freedom and transcendental detachment, which he greatly admired in Frank. Here was the actual experience of what Santayana called ideals. Ideal sympathy is not simply thinking about the same subjects or liking the same things. And Santayana is explicit about this in a letter regarding another acquaintance of his. Santayana wrote that if ideal sympathy is genuine, then it expresses a common disposition and its roots than itself. Ideal sympathy must have biological roots because friendship is with a living human being. In friendship, the same ideals guide the actions of two different creatures. But how then could Santayana and Frank's strikingly different careers be guided by the same ideal? They agreed in ideals of freedom and independence. Santayana wrote, he, Frank, respected my freedom unconditionally and gladly, as I respected his. This was one of the reasons why our friendship lasted so many years, weathering all changes in our circumstances, in spite of the few points of contact between our characters in our lives. Neither of us was ever a nuisance to the other. Ideal friendship is not materially perfect and does not depend on moral perfections of the friends involved. Rather, all true friendship has an ideal character because it material accidents through ideal sympathy. Santayana called friendship a phase of freedom. And like freedom, it is not the cause of anything, but the result of favorable organization. More specifically, friendship is not a means to ensuring security or gratifying desires for pleasure. Rather, harmony of natural impulses that kindle animal sympathy and create conditions for free society, culminating in consciousness of shared ideals. As a phase of freedom, friendship is free of jealousy and pretensions to possession of one friend by another. It was true of his friendship with Frank. Santayana observed the same was not true of Frank's relationship with his wives, which seemed characterized by possession. The women with whom Frank had significant romantic relationships exhibited a possessive willfulness, each thinking she was the special one that could give him a stable life of emotion. Yet each became, Santayana observed, Frank's captive. Santayana knew well Frank's charms and powerful personality, but he wrote that, quote, "In friendship, liability is limited. Each preserves his privacy and freedom, and there is no occasion for jealousy or tyranny. However, once Frank's wives were in partnership, Russell was, wrote Santayana, a tyrant." Santayana took no pleasure in Frank's impositions on his wives, with whom Santayana often was sympathetic and sometimes to the detriment of his relations with Frank. But as a friend, Santayana found the absurdity of Frank's petty habits and moralistic opinions. He wrote, "I knew them by heart. They were parts of his imperious personality, which I accepted merrily when I was with him. He never dreamt that I should accept them for myself. He left me abundantly alone." Possession and jealousy are not parts of true friendship, and the love between dreams of more than mere possession. To conceive happiness, it must conceive a life to be shared in a varied world, full of events and activities, which shall be new and ideal bonds between the friends. For Santayana, friendship as community of ideals does not entail a shared fantasy or isolating indulgence in free society. Friendship lives in the imagination, but not in ignorance of the world. And those ideals, such as freedom, harmonize in a life of reason. This distinguishes friendship, thought Santayana, from falling in love, in which the lovers turn away from the world and celebrate their relationship. Friendship does not celebrate itself, but as a scene for action and an object of judgment. Santayana's account of ideal friendship insists on the necessity of actual friends, of particular persons who like each other and share ideals actually informing their conscious living. Friendship has a material basis, neither can be left out. The material basis of friendship makes it subject to the diversity and transience of material existence. This means, first, that every friendship is new. It cannot be scripted ahead of time and acted out according to a predetermined plan. It must be lived to become the actual and particular friend. Second, having a material basis also means that friendship comes to an end. And Santayana acknowledged the cyclical character of all his friendships. Even the best ones have only a limited time of existence. Because friendship has an ideal character, honest reflection on the experience of friendship can reveal being actual friends. Santayana's account of his friendship with Frank indicates no ideal that is absolutely required. It did not matter that Frank held to no ideal of harmony or integrity, and so did not pursue a life of reason. But this does not mean that any ideals may unite friends. Chance material may have led to natural society, but now that it exists, it is a society of human beings with determinate biological structures, channeling impulsive energies. Human life is a collection of activities with determinate limits, relations, and ideals, and these condition any reasonable and free society. Condition in particular ways the society that lives them. An ideal of possession is ill-suited and self-defeating for free society. If two people share an ideal of possession, they cannot be friends, as demonstrated in Frank's marriages. Possession does not raise human association above the accidents of natural binds us more tightly to fear and anxiety in the face of material change, rather than freeing us to make an honest survey of the world and live accordingly. But freedom is an ideal conducive to friendship, as are the other ideals of Santayana's life of reason: understanding, harmony, beauty, piety, spirituality, and harmonizes with the freedom of a reasonable life. When ideals and how they harmonize in material life cannot be scripted, which ideals and how they harmonize in material life cannot be scripted ahead of time, but it can be narrated on reflection. And a great benefit of Ruth Durham's biography of Frank Russell is that in tracing his life, it gives a rich and honest account of an imperfect human being living a life informed by conscious ideals that Santayana also valued: intelligence, independent thought, freedom, and in Santayana's words, a most admirable courage. The ideal character of friendship the reality of friendships that have failed and makes sense of claims to eternal friendship. Santayana thought that the disappointment that sometimes comes with the end of friendship is due not to mistaking the reality of feelings, sympathies, and unanimity in ideals, but rather to ignoring what lies in store for all material existence, namely change for another. False anticipations is what Santayana thought leads to heartache and regret as a friendship changes or ends. Furthermore, the ideal aspect of friendship makes it an indelible truth, and professions of eternality in feelings and faith in a friend have a legitimate meaning, namely become conscious of and lived the ideal of a natural impulse, making you more yourself than ever before. And the truth of your realization remains even after material conditions change. Friendship on Santayana's account is a distinctive and irreducibly valuable element of life. It is an experience of liberation in human association and enriches consciousness of ideals. Santayana's reflections on friendship serve, like his survey of the life of reason, self-knowledge and sane living. In particular, his understanding of friendship as both material and ideal indicates both your material constitution and your ideals. Because friendship begins in impulsive attraction and instinctive sympathy, it reveals something about your material organization, or as Santayana called it, psyche. Reflective awareness of sensuous attraction is an opportunity for what Santayana called an acute listening to the sounds of your natural mechanisms, or a close observation of the psyche's effects in the world as a means to trace the workings of psyche itself. Santayana thought that for the keen observer, the sensuous premonitions of sympathy are seldom misleading. Hence, they are accurate indicators of the particular material congenially, a distinctive manner, a certain posture, a striking tone of voice. These are the ways the natural world touches the particular creature you are. When you know which impulses bring pleasure, reasoning can reveal the ideals that animate your life, and an ideal of harmony can guide choices among ideals, more or less valued according to an ideal of rational human happiness. This kind of sane living and friendship are mutually reinforcing. In one direction, a sane relationship to pleasures harmonized make it more probable that initial liking can be. In the other direction, friendship as a move beyond the immediate thrill of pleasant association to shared appreciation of ideals supports sanity, and it does so in two ways. First, and negatively, friendship excludes confusion of an idealization with an actual existing friend or friendship. In friendship understood, no attachment to a fantasy friend and no false anticipations of material conditions. Second, and positively, friendship cultivates stronger connections to reality. Friendships as conscious agreement on ideals that inform our actual living. Friendship on ideals that inform our actual living. And to be friends is to live according to ideals understood as symbolic representations of existence and not existences themselves. Living this way is an opportunity to refine understanding of both our ideals and the world without mistaking one for the other. Fundamental insanity. Santayana's autobiography and philosophical reflections on his experience are not a pronouncement or a deduction from first principles. Rather, his writing is a practice of cultivating wisdom. Santayana took experience to be not immersion of a passive animal in the environment, not a neutral undergo, but wisdom acquired in a life of purposeful action and intentional observation informed by ideals. We acquire this sort of experience through keen discrimination of what is perceived. The material basis of our lives involves us in the world as a place in which we seek food and security. And the idea in that exploration can inform the refining of our action and associations. Words allow us to remark the beneficial and harmful, to discern the better and the worse according to the ongoing experience. This is a practice of living a life of reason. Santayana wrote to discriminate among his perceptions, to be seen for action and an object of judgment, and to acquire wisdom. This is a practice of acquiring a little experience, a little reflection, and a little candor, required to articulate the life of reason and to be a good friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. We had a little bit of audio difficulty, Martin. Some words were dropped now and again, but fortunately your slides were excellent and filled in some of those blanks, but you might get some questions after regarding some of the dropped words. Next, we have Professor Hector Galvin from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. Hector is the Associate Editor of Overturn and Seville, Bulletin of the Santayana Society, and Secretary Treasurer of the George Santayana Society. He will be speaking on, his paper title, I should say, is Fanatical, Rational, Mystical, Santayana on Spirituality. Take it away, Hector.
Okay, let's see if I can share. Is that good? Yeah, okay. So first off, I would like to thank the Institute, and of course, I would like to thank Auxier for putting on this event. The issue I'm going to talk about today is not a new one, but I'm hoping that my approach to it will at least be interesting. One may argue that it has been an ongoing conversation in Santayana scholarship as to whether there is one Santayana or two for quite some time. At the very least, newcomers to Santayana's philosophy wonder at the apparent abyss between the realms of being and the life of reason. One philosophical area which is representative of this concern is Santayana's account of the moral life, the spiritual life. And I quote, "The spiritual life is not the development of a theme familiar from pages of former writings. It is comparatively a new theme, a theme so contrasted with the life of reason that we may wonder at times whether it can be incorporated into the symphonic whole," end quote. Of course, the spiritual life was discussed in the life of reason, especially in Reason and Religion. Nevertheless, Santayana's later ontological explorations of the spiritual life are viewed as straying from his earlier, more humanistic and naturalistic explorations of the same topic. In his earlier works, Santayana discusses spirituality in the context of the value it produces in terms of contributing to human happiness or flourishing, while in his later work, he focuses on spirituality as a way to cultivate a detachment from values. All the while, his realm of being culminates in a discussion of a union with the good. So I understand the confusion. If there is one Santayana and not two, if his work is to be a unified and symphonic whole, then these are issues which require explanation and clarification. In the following presentation, I address these concerns, and to do so, I introduce three types or forms of spirituality elucidated by Santayana in his Reason and Religion, namely the fanatical, the rational, and the mystical. I then use these types or forms of spirituality to discuss the unity between his earlier and later works. And hopefully, if there is time, I will also use it to clarify Santayana's notion of a union with the good. I'll begin with a discussion of the life of reason, then transition to realms of being, and of course, point out some continuities. The life of reason will then be a name for that part of existence which perceives and pursues ideals, all conduct so controlled and all sense so interpreted as to perfect natural happiness. In other words, the life of reason is a name for all practical thought and all action justified by its fruits in consciousness. However, it is important to note that for Santayana, the life of reason is not tracing the exercise of a particular power implemented by a transcendental ego. The life of reason is not an operation, but the result of a spontaneous expression of liberal genius in a favoring environment. As Santayana's investigation transitions from reason and common sense to reason in society, and of course to reason in religion, he raises a particular but familiar problem for many of us. And this problem is the problem of worldliness. Worldliness is a rest and absorption in the instrumentalities of life, to become lost in instrumentalities, to become merely an instrument in the life of reason, to chase instrumental goal after instrumental goal without ever discovering one's true interest or ultimate aim in life. We may become stuck or entrenched in the rat race, or what Buddhists have labeled as the wheel of samsara. So spirituality is a kind of response or panacea for addressing worldliness. Santayana's reason in religion begins, of course, by looking at the fanatic. The fanatic is devoted to escaping worldliness by establishing a single interest or religious moral system. The fanatic's view of the world is based on tradition, custom, and authority. The fanatic attempts to regain control and their ultimate aim in life by not merely establishing order, but by imposing it. On the one hand, the fanatic has the courage of their convictions. However, this conviction is simultaneously the fanatic's greatest strength and greatest weakness, for their systems tend to ignore the flux of existence and the speed and rapidity with which our circumstances change and require alternative approaches to achieving our goals of achieving human happiness. Nevertheless, the fanatic persists with the same set of practices, laws, and customs and traditions. They have lost their ability to respond to the world. They have lost their ability to reinterpret their signs and symbols, customs, and traditions in response to lived experience. And as a result, they lose the ability to more regularly achieve more fruitful harmonies. And we have the mystic. The mystic attempts to escape worldliness via abstention and surrender. The mystic, in essence, is one who cultivates the art of letting go. This method of addressing worldliness has the advantage of allowing the mystic to see clearly, however, the power and force of reality. It allows the mystic to see and accept our true nature, that we are finite beings, and after all, not gods. The mystic has their clarity and understanding of the source of power in the universe. However, this understanding and acceptance is the mystic's greatest strength and greatest weakness. For the mystic refuses to respond to the world as well, but because they succumb to it. For the mystic, the world's work is all providentially directed, and whatever happens, no matter how calamitous or shocking, happens by divine right and is accepted. The mystic does not actively engage in the life of reason. Thus, the mystic has a refusal to rationally discriminate. And this practice has two negative consequences. On the one hand, it can lead to moral license. On the other hand, it can lead to a universal passivity. Thus, the mystic too loses out on opportunities to pursue what may be their genuine interests. They lose the art of cultivating a more optimal harmony. Life simply passes them by. Finally, we have the rational approach to spirituality, which is devoted to escaping worldliness by seeking a rational advance over it. The rational approach harnesses the courage of the fanatic with the serenity of the mystic and adds wisdom. It is a mode of being in the world and addressing worldliness through a kind of prayer best expressed by the serenity prayer, which is, of course, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. But what are the practices and mechanisms by which this individual establishes their rational advance over the world? The answer lies in two concepts. The first is piety. To be pious in Santayana's terminology is to have a respect for the power, which is, I'm sorry, I skipped this, which is the, Santayana's terminology is to have a respect for the power which is responsible for our origins as human animals. That is, to have respect for nature. To paraphrase Santayana, the object of piety is the power on which our life depends. Indeed, piety is never so beautiful and touching, never so thoroughly humane and invincible as when it is joined to an impartial intellect, conscious of the relativity involved in existence and able to elude, through imaginative sympathy, the limits set before personal life. It is to clearly see our origins as human animals and the origins of what we value, which of course arises from our individual and material existence. It is also to see clearly that the same is true for all human animals, for piety enables the spirit to recognize the truth and to be inwardly steady, clear, fearless in the face of truth. The second concept is charity. In Buddhist terminology, charity is a kind of loving kindness. Charity for Santayana is a kind of compassion rooted in a clear comprehension and understanding of our common material origins and the common origins of our values. So on the one hand, with piety, we have a clear recognition, and on the other hand, with charity, which is rooted in a compassion towards others, rooted in that recognition. Charity is a profound feeling of tolerance for all life and sympathy towards all humans. There is accordingly a universal justice called charity, Santayana says, a kind of penetrating courtesy, values attributed to rival forms of life. When this imaginative expansion ends in neutralizing the will altogether, we have mysticism. But when it serves merely to coordinate felt interest with other actual interest conceived sympathetically and to make them converge, we have justice and charity. From the fanatic, the value of the stick-to-itiveness is what we receive. From the mystic, a pious recognition and respect for the power of the material world and our dependence upon it. The difference, of course, in the rational is the liveliness and responsiveness of reason operating in conjunction with piety and charity. The spiritual life, which is rational, is one wherein we have a shift of our perception towards what we value and what others value. It is a shift in our relationship to others, a shift in our relationship to reality. This version of the spiritual life is an exploration in self-knowledge, where the self is taken seriously and understood to be a material and finite being. It is a version of the spiritual life that recognizes the truth of what is and is not possible. It has two fundamental prerequisites, according to Santayana, which lead to the good life. It exemplifies two prerequisites, according to Santayana, which represent the good life, and that is, it allows for first, self-knowledge, the key to Socratic wisdom, and second, sufficient knowledge of the world to perceive what alternatives are open to you and which of them are favorable to your true interests. By pursuing any of these interests, we escape worldliness. So next is realms of being. In his preface to the realms of being, Santayana explains that a study of the realm of spirit is an exercise in self-knowledge, an effort on the part of spirit to clarify and discipline itself. And in order to accomplish this task, spirit takes counsel with itself, observes everything, and endures everything, and by questioning everything, liberates itself. In short, the realm of spirit is an attempt to clarify Santayana's naturalistic account of spirituality by focusing on liberation from distraction and a union with the good. Of course, spirit for Santayana is what many would refer to today as consciousness, that inner light of actuality or attention. For Santayana, however, consciousness is not a power. Instead, it is immaterial, impotent, and entirely dependent upon matter for its existence. Spirit's tie to the material world is called the psyche, which is the self-maintaining and reproducing pattern or structure of an organism conceived as a power. The psyche is a way of referring to the organization of matter in living creatures and is the observable habit of matter in living creatures. It is that which behaviorists study in their efforts to understand human psychology, and that object of biology which scientists study when describing the spontaneous tropes that prevail in the flux of matter. Additionally, spirit is bound to the psyche in that its movement and intent strictly obey the life of the psyche in which it is kindled. It is here that we find the seeds of tragedy for spirit. For the psyche operates according to the will of the material world, since the psyche belongs to the realm of matter. The psyche functions according to the flux of existence. It is here that we find the origins of our conflicting desires, loves, goals, and intentions. For the flux of existence checks and suppresses one part and then another out in the world. The same is true for the human psyche, the inner world. Spirit finds this situation to be an intolerable limitation. Thus, it is hamstrung by the intrusions of multitudinous and conflicting impulses seated in the psyche to which it is bound. These intrusions, which obstruct the spirit from its natural movement, is distraction. And distraction, according to Santayana, is what pulls us away from our ultimate goals and gets us lost in the instrumentalities of life. To be liberated from distraction, however, does not require a change in the facts. It does not require death in this life so that spirit may move on to another life in another world. It does not require an escape from nature. It is an inward transformation, Santayana says. Santayana describes this as a shifting of the center of apperception. But to do so that our natural functions, while continuing to be performed, and performed perhaps more healthily and beautifully than before, will now be performed with detachment and humility. This is important because spirit is dependent upon the natural world, and we could not live for a moment without the support and suggestions of the environment. This is detachment, and it is not to cut ourselves off from the world. It is instead that harmony between attachment and aversion. It is a tool that is used merely to disinfect, to view things as accidents, to enjoy life without claiming it, to transcend it without despising it. Union with the good, however, is a moral unanimity, and liberation is nothing if it does not lead to a union with the good, which again is a moral unanimity or fellowship with the life of all substances, insofar as they support and enlarge one's own life. And in its full development is possible only through prayer or intellectual worship, in which spirit, forgetting itself, becomes pure vision and pure love. This kind of prayer is not petitionary, nor does it require a belief in God. It is not a means to an end, but an end in itself. It is the expression of a deep understanding of our natural origins and our human finitude, and is perhaps best expressed, again, through the Serenity Prayer. This notion of prayer in Santayana is an emphasis on the fact that this happens in the mind, that this is an imaginative and intellectual endeavor. And Santayana writes, as a result, to spirit that has renounced all things are restored. And having renounced itself also, it cannot resist any inspiration or to think evil of any good, but embraces them all in the eternal object of its worship, not as they may have existed in the world in passing and in conflict, but as they lie ideally reconciled in the bosom of the good, at peace at last with themselves and with one another. So when Santayana talks about union with the good, he is referring to an emotional and imaginative state of mind where one is experiencing a supreme sense of piety and charity, that moral unanimity or fellowship with the life of all substances. And so now we can point to three sort of continuities between the life of reason and realms of being. I'm going to go ahead and list the three of them just in case I run out of time. But the first is that there is this consistency between charity and piety in the life of reason and in realms of being. The second is that this is a spirituality which is an escape from worldliness, not the world. And finally, in the life of reason and in realms of being, we have a sort of repositioning of value, right? We see detachment as a value and the value of detachment. So starting with charity and piety, piety and charity play key roles in each the life of reason and in the realms of being. Though the notion of piety and charity have their origins as philosophical concepts in the life of reason, In realms of being, piety and charity are further developed within the context of liberation and union. In the case of liberation, the goal is to free oneself from the instrumentalities of life, to free oneself from distractions by cultivating detachment. And an important tool for cultivating this detachment is to cultivate a more pious attitude towards nature. In the case of union, the goal is to cultivate a more charitable attitude towards others and what they value. And in doing so, to open oneself up to the possibility of experiencing a sympathetic kinship with our fellow man. Forgive the sexist language there. The next continuity, of course, is the life of reason. And in realms of being, Santayana discusses the need to escape worldliness, or our tendency to become absorbed in the instrumentalities of life, forgetting our ultimate goals, interests, and purpose, forgetting happiness and joy. In the life of reason, this is discussed in his chapter on piety, and in realms of being, it is discussed in his chapter on liberation and from distraction. It's important to note that Santayana is very careful to explain when he discusses liberation and detachment that he is not talking about an escape from the world, but a rational advance over it. This is emphasized in his marginalia. The first, where he says spirit is freed by perfection of the body, not its absence. The second being spirit is freed by understanding the world, not by quitting it. And finally, that spirit is freed by natural faith and not by pure reason, which for Santayana, if you understand what natural faith is, it means to be involved in the world as opposed to, living in moments of solipsism of the present moment, right? So finally, there is this last similarity, which is the repositioning of value. As for detachment from values, it is not the case that the spiritual life involves an aversion to values, making judgments, or generally being concerned with morality. Rather, it is that the spiritual life is a life that recognizes the potential for values, judgments, and morality to become distractions and intoxications. It is a life in which we realize that the potential to slip back into distraction and worldliness is ever present. The view that morality is in and of itself a distraction stems from scholars taking a part of Santayana's spiritual life, namely his notion of detachment, for the whole of the spiritual life. However, detachment is only one important factor involved in awakening and purifying the spirit. It is a tool that offers the spirit the ability to place some distance, so to speak, between itself and those desires, judgments, and so forth, which lead it to distraction. It is a tool for self-discipline and self-knowledge, which allow for the cultivation of piety and charity, or liberation and union. I'll close by saying this. There is one key difference between the two that I am aware of and that I have not addressed in this discussion, and that is the notion of pure intuition, which is not, of course, mentioned very much in the Life of Reason, if it is mentioned at all. I do not believe that this changes my analysis or has hindered my argument in any way. This is, of course, something I am open to discussing in the question and answer portion of this session. If anyone is planning to raise that issue, I'm aware of it. I simply had to cut it for time. So finally, I want to say that I have enjoyed presenting my work to all of you today. And I don't know if I am awake enough for the question and answer, but I will say this. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you very much for that. Amen. Next, we have Professor Matthew Flam of Rochester University. Matt is the author of many works on Santayana and at least a couple edited volumes on Santayana's work. One of them growing out of a very memorable conference in 2006, and this book was edited with Krzysztof Skowroński, of course. And Matt has a paper titled "The Cries of Spirit," which he will present to us today. Take it away, Matt.
Thank you, Glenn. And so wonderful to be here with everybody, to see Chris and Carmen, and everybody's here. It's just great, and more and beyond. In fact, I have to turn my pages to see who's here. And imagine if we were all together, it would be intimidating, all the more intimidating. I'm intimidated by all the beautiful presentations throughout today, and yes, the 2 days ago when I was able to attend. And thank you, Kasia, for this amazing conference. And what can I say? I can't say anything coherent because that's all I can say. So I'm going to hit my start button. So I have my 20-minute limit here because I had carefully crafted my writing portion of my talk to fit the 20-minute mark. And if it works, then maybe we'll kind of make up some of the time we've lost with running over. So I thought I would get started on that. So here goes. The cries of spirit. The association of crying in spiritual life is conspicuous enough in Santayana's writings to suggest exploration. In an astonishing variety of rhetorical modes, Santayana writes of the various cries of spirit, of psyche, of soul, and of the human heart, emphasizing the idea that it is through moral suffering that humans come to spiritual understanding. I have a long working document gathering all of the references in Santayana's, especially his 3 major works that have been under discussion throughout today. And I'm up to about 40 right now, and it's expanding, and I'm doing word searches and trying to find these passages that I just described. Santayana even suggests that such suffering, moral suffering, is a kind of proof of the existence of matter. He writes in Proselytes, the more ecstatic or tragic experience is, the more unmistakably it is the voice of matter. Here I explore the various ways Santayana invokes the crying experience to clarify the interrelation of psyche and spirit, and to provide a basis for appreciating his materialist conception of spiritual life. One of the unsettled questions among interpreters of Santayana's thought is that of the relation of and distinction between psyche and spirit. Does this distinction set up a vicious divide like that of tradition Cartesian substance dualism? Is Santayana's life of spirit a distancing, contemplative retreat from the world, rendering mind impotent in relation to material life? Or is the life of spirit transformative of, and in some sense, of important relevance to material life? I think Hector just provided the beautiful case for that very fact, right, in his presentation. And I was very glad for that. Questions like these have been interestingly and profitably discussed by Santayana interpreters. Generally, one can say their answers represent different interpretive landing points, preferences for this or that set of rhetorical moves that Santayana makes in his rich and varied writings. The approach I take here to the same questions of focusing on the experience of crying in order to think through Santayana's understanding of the interrelation of psyche and spirit attempts to avoid overly abstract entanglements in Santayana's use of ontological language, and if possible, to make more concrete the issues under consideration. I begin with, and will use as a reference point throughout, an unforgettable image from Skepticism and Animal Faith, one that many people listening will be familiar with, the image of a child crying at the discovery of a mannequin formerly assumed to be a living man. Here's the quote from Skepticism. Imagine a child accustomed to see clothes only on living persons and hardly distinguishing them from the magical strong bodies that agitate them. And suddenly carry this child into a costumer's shop, where he will see all sorts of garments hung in rows upon mannequins with hollow breasts, all of visible wire, and little wooden knobs instead of heads. He might be seriously shocked or even frightened. How should it be possible for clothes standing up like this not to be people? Just as the spectacle of all these gaunt clothes without bodies might make the child cry, so later might the whole spectacle of nature if ever he became a skeptic. End quote. If ever he became a skeptic, the imaginative credulity that sets the child up for metaphysical shock interacting with living beings foreshadows a parallel shock for the skeptical adult about the whole of nature. Why skepticism? Why the whole spectacle of nature? The context of the above quote is the discovery of essence, chapter 9 of Skepticism and Animal Faith. Santayana describes the discovery of essence in terms of pure spirit as an opening into fields of endless variety and peace, out of the gorges of death and into a paradise where all things are crystallized into the images of themselves. I'm always struck by these characterizations out of context. In the flow of Santayana's texts, somehow they have an organicity to them, but when you take them out of context, they're so dramatic and resounding. The mannequin traumatized child is intended to represent the coincidental discovery of essence that might occur in an unexpected moment of a young person's maturing life. The fact that the experience is potentially traumatizing for the child has not, as yet, to do with any intellectual skeptical commitment on his part, nor, it should be added, should the child be presumed to have himself discovered essence. Rather, his trauma is due to stark natural facts crashing into his naive, imaginative life. If the hypothetical child indeed cries, it cannot be from any discovery of the sort Santayana describes of the spiritual release accompanying acquaintance with essence. He clearly feels no sense of peace or paradise. Instead, one supposes his cry indicates a significant loss. The general process of personal and intellectual maturation apparently entails, ontologically speaking, an increased generalized skepticism. Or if skepticism is too strong formal a word, one can agree that the crying child, if he is to avoid the perverse absurdity of perpetually being shocked by the basic facts of nature, will come to need to abstain from believing certain falsehoods. At the very least, some skeptical maturation is required if the child is to develop flourishingly. It is reasonable to say here that in order to avoid perpetual shock and trauma, a person must start placing different realities in their correct relations. One must start to, as it were, ontologically separate clothes from bodies and living persons from their inanimate counterparts, realities from appearances. Imagine the shocked child prolonging in immaturity. He will meet with increased levels of trauma. Persisting in imaginative credulity, he would eventually have to devise greater and greater delusional strategies to cope. Perhaps he populates his world with races of mannequin spirits vexing and taunting their human counterparts. If the child wishes to avoid a world of illusion and a world of increasing delusion, skepticism, whatever its informal manifestation, becomes a basic coping skill. While the persistently credulous child creates a world of illusion, the increasingly skeptical adult must come to terms not with delusion, but with disillusion. However much trauma the credulous child comes to endure, his world is at least alive with color, passion, blood, and drama. The survival of these living elements comes at the cost of a delusional world, a world populated by imagined entities. By contrast, the world of a growing skeptic, should he become overzealous, risks losing what gives it meaning and worth, risks losing the world's color, passion, blood, and drama. Historically, intellectually, there has been no shortage of such overzealous skeptics. These are the reductive materialists, philosophers who perhaps will always find newer creative ways to argue, like James's famous foil, W.K. Clifford, that the highest treason is to believe on insufficient evidence, or like Baron Holbach, who asserts without irony that invariable truth can never harm a person. Their worlds, drained as they are of imaginative speculation and poetic insight, lack precisely what makes life worthy even of sorrow or love. Such worlds are precisely those Santayana has in mind in his allusion to the whole spectacle of nature, which, no less than the vulnerable child's mannequin, would be apt to horrify an overzealous Holbachian Cliffordian skeptic. Freud would say, I'm going to bring some Freud in here. Santayana, I think, was probably influenced by Freud because he was reading Freud at the same time as he was writing a particular text. I'm going to quote. Freud would say that the mannequin traumatized boy and nature jilted adult skeptic have experienced the uncanny. He writes, uncanny is in reality nothing new or alien, but something which is familiar and old-fashioned in the mind and which has become alienated from it. That's his definition of uncanny. Freud's analysis of the uncanny is an apt reference point because he diagnoses the phenomenon as a result of the interface of over-accentuated psychic reality, with a usefully similar sense of psyche to that put forth in Santayana's thinking. And here's a quote, longer quote from Freud on the uncanny. An uncanny effect is often and easily produced when the distinction between imagination and reality is effaced, as when something that we have hitherto regarded as imaginary appears before us in reality, or when a symbol takes over the full functions of the thing it symbolizes. The infantile element in this is the over-accentuation of psychical reality in comparison with material reality, a feature closely allied to the belief in the omnipotence of thoughts, end quote from Freud's The Uncanny. This Freudian psychoanalysis of uncanny phenomena has at its base a materialist conception of mind that very much overlaps with, but in a crucial sense also diverges from what Santayana calls psyche. Santayana calls psyche the specific form of physical life, system of tropes, inherited or acquired, displayed by living bodies and their growth and behavior. The inherited material seeds constituting the animal psyche, he uses this term seeds over and over again in reference to the psyche, constituting the animal psyche grow into a unified complex, a habit in matter, and this habit constitutes the dynamic life of what is conventionally called both body and mind. Psyche is Santayana's concept for the nucleus of hereditary organization in living sentient animals. An important reason he distinguishes this concept from the narrower concept body is because he aspires towards a non-reductive materialism, a materialism certainly less reductive than that of contemporary philosophers, physicalists, and eliminative materialists, and so on, whose reductivism entangles them in questions about qualia and myriad puzzles about the nature of mental phenomena. Not so for Santayana. For Santayana, mind is not a problem, but is rather a fact-begging, correct ontological positioning in the existential matrix of life. The subjectivity that emerges in self-awareness is the beginning of what Santayana calls spirit, the inner light of awareness, a moral illumination that exists, quote, invisibly in a manner of its own by virtue of an intrinsic moral intensity. Santayana characterizes spirit as both glorious and profound. Glorious in its transformation out of matter into an actuality that has extraordinary ontological privileges, and profound in the fact that its power, not in terms of causal, that's of course the realm of matter, is natural. He writes, spiritual power is profoundly natural. All of the former quoted characterizations of spirit come from Santayana's formal ontology, the realms of being, but the last one I just quoted comes from an overlooked but important short piece called Proselytes in Soliloquies in England, a book Santayana composed in Port Meadow, Oxford during World War I under the, quote, whir of airplanes, the daily casualty list, and the constant sight of the wounded, end quote. Proselytes and many of the other pieces in the books prove to show, at least for me, that Santayana is at his best describing spirit when he is in the poetic mode, leaving aside as it does the necessity of technical precision, as is the objective of realms in which the chapters contain meticulous glossaries of terms and terminological clarifications. Soliloquies illustrates a sense of living spirit that is harder to appreciate in the altitudes of Santayana's formal ontology. It provides a better means of understanding the connection between the psyche-spirit relation and the materialist conception of spiritual life that is, in my understanding, Santayana's most important philosophic insight. In the book's prologue, Santayana offers the following insight into the spiritual power that pervaded him while composing the poetic freeform pieces that make up soliloquies. And this is a really interesting kind of moment where Santayana is giving good insight into his thinking of a particular body of work, in this case, soliloquies. He writes, the human mind at best is a sort of song. The music of it runs away with the words, and even the words which pass for the names of things are but poor wild symbols for their unfathomed objects. So are these soliloquies compared with their occasions, and I should be the first to hate their verbiage if a certain spiritual happiness did not seem to breathe through it and redeem its irrelevance. Their very abstraction from the time in which they were written may commend them to a free mind. Spirit refuses to be caught in a vice. It triumphs over the existence which begets it, end quote. The very text of Soliloquies in England testifies to the existence, power, and potency of spirit as Santayana understands the concepts. Proselytes in particular provides as close to a full sense as one could hope of Santayana's attempt to show how it is that while spirit is rooted in and fated to expire in matter, and is therefore correctly understood as a natural phenomenon, its visions, insights, and moral sufferings are not reducible to any specific idea of nature or matter, whether nebulous or even rigorously scientific. And here's another quote from Proselytes. Apart from its roots in animal predicaments, spirit would be wholly inexplicable in its moods and arbitrary in its deliverance, end quote. Inexplicable because the louder its cries and jubilations, the closer spirit comes to intoning the very voice of matter. Santayana writes in the same essay. This fits perfectly with Santayana's own sense of matter, regarding which he famously struggled to conceptualize, and with which both critics and defenders have raised important issues. Indeed, Santayana provides no stable conception of matter, contending in one context that, quote, the order of matter is that of actual generation and existential flux, something that happens and is not conceived, and in another context that existence itself is absurd. Taking Santayana as much as possible at his word, if the order of matter is something that happens and is not conceived, and the flux of existence of which matter is but a place-holding concept, an unintelligible surd, it would have to be the tremors and pulsations of the matter-rooted psyche that offers spirit the immaterial, which is the immaterial illuminating eye, its inspirations. Indeed, Santayana alleges that the emergence of spirit occurs when the various perspectives of nature are reversed as in a mirror and attached to the fortunes of a single soul. That's from Realms of Being. This single soul is psyche, for as Santayana is at least clear on this point, quote, the same thing that looked at from the outside or biologically is called psyche, looked at morally from within is called the soul. That's also from Realms. Santayana contends that psyche is, quote, not another name for consciousness or mind. The other name he proposes for those is spirit. And here he departs, of course, from, or rather ontologically amplifies the Freudian concept of psyche previously discussed. Freud wrote The Uncanny in 1919, right around the time Santayana was writing Soliloquies. And as we know, Santayana had a copy of Interpretation of Dreams in his official library, as I understand. From a Santayanian point of view, Freud's account of the uncanny as being due to an over-accentuation of psychical reality in comparison with material reality, although diagnostically sound, is too reductive. It fails to give ontological space to the cries of spirit that afford persons an interpretive reckoning with confounding and tragic realities. So I see 3 minutes here, and it's a good thing that that I prepared to skip ahead. I'm going to do so right now to this concluding part. And this is why the interface between psyche and spirit is so crucial for understanding the moral suffering of the sort illustrated so vividly in the crying of our mannequin traumatized child. Santayana argues provocatively that the greatest struggles in life are not with cosmic fatalities such as war and death. Rather, he writes, the worst entanglements from the spirit's point of view arise within the psyche and in what in religious parlance is called sin. And I was thinking of this point in relation to our earlier exchange, I think it was with Chris, about, you know, Santayana, Santayana coming up with a Santayanan way of thinking of real life, you know, large scale threats, cosmic threats, and so on. And that's part of what I hope we talk about in the post discussion. Psyche, Santayana continues, is primarily directed upon all sorts of ambitions irrelevant to spirit, producing stagnation, inflation, self-contradiction, and hatred of truth. Sounds like our child. The moral release offered by the crying response comes from spirit's protest to the contradictory position in which it is placed. And this crying release is precisely where spirit comes closest to intoning the voice of matter, as Santayana concludes, quote, while spirit is physically the voice of the soul crying in the wilderness, it becomes vicariously and morally the voice of the wilderness admonishing the soul. The crucial thing to note here is that psyche is, yes, a distraction from, but crucially also for spirit. Psyche, as Martin Pullman points out, concerns itself with threats to animal life. It distracts spirit from its proper activity. Yet, as Santayana asks rhetorically in the chapter following distraction in Realms of Being, from which this important point is drawn, he writes, from what does distraction distract the spirit? What, he asks, is the better and deeper thing from which spirit is estranged in its psychic entanglements? Traditional religions have, of course, long provided the obvious answer: spiritual resurrection and salvation. Santayana will proceed in the Liberation chapter to perform a revaluation of the historical concepts of resurrection and salvation, and translate the religious meaning of those concepts preserving what is noble and best in them into his naturalistic framework. Applying those translated concepts of resurrection and salvation to our example, the child undergoes psychic distraction, and the proper activity of spirit this distraction thwarts is the liberating attitude of what Santayana terms, in one context, entranced love. And that would probably be my single phrase answer to the question, what is spirit for Santayana? Entranced love. This creates for spirit a congenital longing, which he says is at first for happiness and at last, that's what happens when you set your alarm, it goes off. Sorry. All right, alarms went off. This creates for spirit a congenital longing, at first for happiness and at last for salvation. All of the moral sufferings of humans flow out of this contradictory interface of psyche and spirit. The act of crying brings to the fore a sense of material reality, as alluded in Santayana's refrain. The more ecstatic or the more tragic experience is, the more unmistakably it is the voice of matter. That refrain. This sense of material reality, proving as it does that after all, spiritual power is profoundly natural, constructs a potentially harsh lesson for an idealistic beaming child, and perhaps also for the dismal adult skeptic, but it also provides the opportunity for a potentially disillusioning, liberating spiritual understanding. Thank you. I think we've bought a little more time with that, I hope.
Thank you, Matt, for the musical accompaniment at the end there. Now we have Lydia Amir. Lydia teaches philosophy at Tufts University. She's the founding president of the International Association for the Philosophy of Humor, founding editor of the journal Philosophy of Humor Yearbook, and the author of many books. Just pick a couple, most recently, The Legacy of Nietzsche's Philosophy of Laughter, and Philosophy of Humor and the Human Condition, and also some very recent interesting Santayana scholarship. And we're going to hear more today. So Lydia, please take it away. Oh, we need your microphone, Lydia. Sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, first, let me apologize. I could not be part of the conference on Thursday. I was traveling to Vancouver. And on Wednesday, I was working in Vancouver, the reason I traveled to Vancouver. And today, I joined as early as I could with the internet problem that I have in this hotel. So again, I not only apologize, but deeply regret not being able to be part of this wonderful conference in the sense of hearing all the talks. And thank you again, Kasia, for inviting me to participate. I am not, properly speaking, a Santayana scholar. I've published a few articles on Santayana. I attend for the last year the meetings that we have online on the Life of Reason. And I'm writing a chapter for a book on Laughter and the Good Life, in which Santayana will be the last chapter following Montaigne and Nietzsche, and maybe an appendix on Bergson. But in the last meeting that we had in the APA in Baltimore, I talked about the relationship of Santayana with Schopenhauer and Spinoza, trying to find out what is Santayana's role in modern philosophy. And some of the people who listened to the talk, and some of them are present here, so I apologize if I repeat myself somewhat, liked the idea so much that if they even told me, Daniel said that they should write a book on that. So I began writing the book, and I continued the research. So I have something new to say to the people that already heard me. But I'm telling you all this so that I really only share thoughts. You are the Santayana experts, which makes it easy for me. I don't have to explain much about Santayana. And any comments that you may have, even that the idea is completely false, is really welcome. I have no investment in that. So what triggered my attention is that Santayana is saying that he's actually creating a lay religion, as you know. And he said in the way that the ancient did. But then somewhere else he says that he won't be following Plato and Aristotle because of the political uses of their own philosophy. All right. So this leaves us with the rest of the ancients. So when we go to Epicurus and we look at the three philosophical poets, we see that in his criticism of Lucretius, he also criticizes Epicurean salvation, which is what he calls a salvation. He thinks that Epicurus did not love life enough, and that his salvation is actually not a salvation, and he points to another salvation that would come. He doesn't like the way that Epicurus addresses death. So, okay, the next salvation, what could that be? We go for the Stoics, and then we see that in the idea of Christ in the Gospels, he criticizes Marcus Aurelius' view of pantheism and does not accept whatever Stoicism offers as maybe something akin to a salvation. So we are left with Neoplatonism that, as you know very well, he says that they go for salvation. His criticism of Neoplatonism or Neoplatonistic interpretation is that we shouldn't see the metaphysics as something that is objectively valid, but as phases of the spirit, as long as we inverse the order, as Edward Lovely has said in his book on Santayana's view of religion. We have to begin with matter and continue, and not the way the Neoplatonists go. All right, so we could stop there and say, okay, Santayana, as we generally say, mixes up. Now we understand that it's Neoplatonism and naturalism, but then we cannot understand very well the role of Spinoza in his thought. He repeatedly comes back to Spinoza everywhere, even when it seems absolutely inappropriate, like the idea of Christ in the Gospels. Why talk about Spinoza at the beginning and at the end? What does he want to have? What's his business with Spinoza? Why has he been invited to talk about Spinoza, you know, in Holland? What's the relationship? Michael Broderick, that I very happily see that he's present here, has written a fantastic book, which I mentioned in the last lecture I gave, about the relationship of Santayana and Schopenhauer. It's very interesting to say that in Realm of Being, in the big one volume, Schopenhauer does not exist in the index. I don't know who did the index, Santayana himself or someone else. Schopenhauer is in the book by name, but not in the index. And Schopenhauer appears very well when it's important to say, although he says metaphorically, of course, the will. So Michael has shown very well how Santayana relates himself to Schopenhauer. I can also show exactly the place when we can see that he's a student of Schopenhauer and when he diverts from Schopenhauer. So I think that in the realm of spirit, when he says, the vulgar we feel, moved with the blind will to live, spirit draws from that vain and horrible struggle and makes for peace, even for non-existence. Page 658, the part of intuition. Calling existence a vain and horrible struggle is definitely a Schopenhauer almost quote, but he talks in his own name. But then he offers his variation of what Schopenhauer would call salvation. The variation is the following. Instead of getting to willnessness as a mutual arrest of innumerable wills, if we stop at willness only in respect to existence, being still the will to understand that which exists. So Santayana aims at willnessness only in respect to existence. He would keep with the essences, divorce the essence from existence, and still remain the will to understand that which exists, instead of going the last step as Schopenhauer offers, which will be renouncing the will completely. So this I see as a very, very clear place when he states clearly in what he diverges from Schopenhauer. So what is the interest of my talk? It's not to further show how Santayana continues the idea of salvation that Schopenhauer offers. It is to show that Schopenhauer himself is rooted in a Spinozistic tradition that is not being clarified enough in the history of philosophy. And then through that linkage, we may understand better Santayana's deep connections with Spinoza, which is not only through Spinoza's materialism and his own criticism of Spinoza's view of the good. This is not enough. That doesn't explain why he comes back to Spinoza's view of Christ, to Spinoza's view of eternity, to Spinoza's view of salvation, which he criticizes. Andrew Scare Lawson and someone else whose name I missed for the moment have pointed to the association of Santayana with Spinoza on this matter. So, a word about Schopenhauer and Spinoza, which is very important, I think, because only recently there have been some clarification about German idealism and Spinoza. We know for certain that Spinoza influenced much German idealism. This is taken for granted, but Schopenhauer goes against German idealism. So what does Schopenhauer do with Spinoza? I would explain in a moment. But I would want to say that we now can see that German idealism is much more influenced by Shelley's view of natural philosophy than by Spinoza's view. And the mystical reading of Spinoza are not so much Spinoza, like Schelling reconstruction of his own pantheism, his own romantic view of natural philosophy that influenced German idealism much more than Spinoza. Schopenhauer knew that. Schopenhauer makes a distinction, for example, between Giordano Bruno and Spinoza. It's very important. He doesn't mix everything. He doesn't think that any natural philosophy would be Spinoza. And Schopenhauer thinks he is a Kantian. And this, as someone has recently said in France, this is his mistake to think that he is a Kantian, because he criticized Kant about everything again in morality. Of course, he accepts this view of the thing of itself and the phenomena. Schopenhauer himself thinks that he has found a way to the thing in itself, which is the will. But when it comes to salvation, to the metaphysics, to eternity, he needs an example. He goes to Spinoza, and it's not my interpretation. He cites Spinoza every step of the way. And he says he's a very great man, although his criticism is very interesting. He's on moralistic ground, or moral ground, exactly like Santayana would criticize Spinoza. And he says, Schopenhauer, if you want to sum up my own philosophy, and he does it in relationship to Spinoza, you have to see that Spinoza offers you Jehovah, or the Jewish God, as the basis of reality, glory, all is good, optimism, etc., while I offer the body of suffering Christ as the basis of my own philosophy. So he presents his own philosophy, Schopenhauer, as a Christian alternative to Spinoza. But Spinoza never intended to offer us a Jewish view of salvation. We should know by now, I didn't know when I wrote my PhD on Spinoza and Nietzsche, and personal redemption according to Spinoza and Nietzsche, that in Judaism you do not have a personal salvation. It's always a salvation of the community, of the Jewish, at least, if not the entire of humanity, and it's on earth through the Messiah, not personal. So what Spinoza is trying to do is trying to liberate philosophy from the grip of religion. But he now understands that philosophy has to deliver all that religion gave us. That means also salvation. But in this world, he tries, Spinoza, to find out the true content of religion. Once we take away the myth, the stories, what can we still have? We can still have redemption. We can still have a form of eternity, and the redemption will be through love. And he takes these ideas from Christianity, not Judaism. I can prove that also in the view of love, also in taking the idea of Christ and making his moral teaching the part of the entire world. And also he has been considered as such by someone who wrote a book on philosophic religions, that he offers a philosophic version of Christianity, not of Judaism, right? So still Schopenhauer objects that this is a Judaic view of salvation and of the world, along with some anti-Semitic comments. This is not my style to comment on anti-Semitic comments. I am not sensitive to that and never made it my bread of the scholarship. But I was amazed to find out in Schopenhauer, in Nietzsche, and in Santayana, the same comments more or less. So once we put that straight, that actually Schopenhauer goes back to Spinoza for his metaphysics, his view of salvation, his view of eternity, we can now go back to Santayana. I think I have 2 minutes. So Santayana quotes and refers to Spinoza all the time, only to criticize him. It's absolutely unclear. So for example, in Skepticism and Animal Faith, he does not accept his view of God that is identified with nature, of essence identified with existence. Is naturalism all right? It explains why the good is what we desire, not something else. But then is uncultured. He shows only piety. The rest is missing. He does not accept Spinoza's view of eternity. He does not accept his view of salvation. He says this is not really a salvation. And the list is long. Of course, he does not accept his determinism. So why come back again and again to Spinoza, even in the idea of Christ in the gospel, to say that Spinoza has left outside of his account the incarnation of God into man, and this Spinoza thought as not so relevant for Christ, and is mistaken here. So I think that Spinoza offers us a new view of what philosophy is. Philosophy after the Middle Ages cannot ignore its new role, which is to give salvation here and now in this world. This salvation will now be in terms of what we learn from Christianity. It will be salvation through the love of what we may call God. We call this God or nature, so some kind of love, and will give us some kind of eternity or an equivalent to the eternal life. There is the blueprint, as I said last time, in Spinoza of how to do that. So Santayana discards all modern philosophers. You remember we were kept with only Neoplatonism. All modern philosophers, for one reason or another, the list is long, is discarded, except Spinoza. He cannot by himself explain why. I think this is the why. Spinoza shows him that the goal of philosophy is to be a lay religion. This is what enables Santayana to call himself a philosopher. Santayana takes what Schopenhauer has done and reframes it better. Now the spirit role is to be saved, not by saying goodbye to the world and leaving it the way the Brahmins do, but in an original version that Santayana proposes in the name of spirit, but still ties up a kind of love and a kind of eternity of which you know much more than I do. So Santayana's role in modern philosophy is to offer us a personal redemption, a salvation, what Edward Lovely calls a kind of redemption or salvation within philosophic bounds. There lie in his interest. He follows Spinoza, Schopenhauer, criticizes Nietzsche's attempt, criticizes Bergson, which is also both of them followers of Schopenhauer, and puts himself as the sole heir of both Schopenhauer and Spinoza. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. So now we have a little bit of time for discussion, and this is also the closing of the conference. So Kasia, I'll pass it over to you after the questions, and because I'm sure you want to say a few words, perhaps. And I'm looking around the Zoom room. I'll keep track of the hands, but I did see Herman's hand go up first. So please, Herman, take it away.
Yeah, I just simply want to make a couple of comments. One is, wow, I'm so pleased with the presentations on Santayana at this conference. In 1976, under somewhat coerced circumstances, I began the Santayana edition and founded the Santayana Society and later Overheard in Seville. What visually you can see the difference between that time and this time. This is the first edition of Overheard in Seville. See how thick it is. This is the current edition of Overheard in Seville. Look at this. This is what this conference represents. Not only do we have Overheard in Seville, but we now have Limbo, which Daniel Marino heads up, Richard Rubin heads up the society, as well as the editor of Overheard in Seville. But there's something new also. And that is when Bill Holtzberger and I first started working on the letters, Bill had 1,200 letters. I spent a good part of the next several years, a decade actually, and we were able to find 1,800 plus more letters. And it was simply a delight. And now we have a new edition of found letters that Daniel Pincus found and Jose Beltran as the introduction to. And in terms of the paper on friendship that we heard earlier, this gives an incredible introduction to a different sense of friendship, because you have Lozer and Westenholz, who were long-standing friends of Santayana. And just as it was mentioned, friendship has an end, the Frank Russell one ended, but Lozer and Westenholz friendship did not end until they died. They were quite different in outlook and in other features. And what Daniel Pincus has been able to do is to show us a kind of friendship that lasts beyond differences and where there's a natural commonality. And that's the kind of friendship I see as I look at this group. And of course, the longest standing friendship I have with John Locks. And since I'm turning 80 this year, unfortunately, many of my longest standing friendships, Lydia knows, Larry Ventus knew, are no longer with me. And hence, the notion of friendship and Santayana's approach is even more important. And I do hope at the end of the conference, with Kasia's remarks, she will be able to take a little bit of time to talk about Santayana and his notion of charity and harmony, or at least some aspect of her book, which I think is also one of the most important books I've seen published on Santayana. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Richard. Pardon me. Thank you, Herman. Richard, you are next.
No, I think Eric's hand was up.
Eric's. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Eric, take it away.
Yeah, all those talks were great. I just have a brief observation that might tie together Hector's talk and Martin's talk, and then specifically the theme of friendship in Martin's talk and that of spirit in the realm of being from Hector's talk, and that is the poem by Schiller on friendship, which contains the two phrases, Seelenreich and Geisterreich, either of which could be taken as synonymous for Schiller, and are sort of repurposed by Hegel at the end of the Phenomenology of Spirit. And so the very sort of phrase realm of spirit comes out of arguably, one could say that it comes out of Schiller's poem on friendship, wherein Schiller argues that effectively at the end of that God was lonely and created the infinite as a companion as a friend for God's nature. Anyway, just an observation there. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, now over to Richard.
Yeah, hold on. I want to figure out how to lower my hand now that I have the floor. Did I just, yeah, okay. This was a terrific part of a otherwise extremely exciting conference. And one thing that ties all of the presentations that we heard today is the important notion that that spiritual detachment is not unemotional. Every one of you made that point in various ways, that it is that is appreciative. It is in some ways committed, and so I really like that. Lydia, you're finding the ways in which Schopenhauer creeps through the realm of spirit are important, and we'd like to have that made as explicit as possible. I don't know if you know that I've pointed out a number of times that Santayana's passage in Skepticism and Animal Faith, where he talks about coming to know things, he uses the metaphor of attacking a fortress, and he lifted that bodily from the world as will and representation. I mean, there's almost the exact same metaphor in Schopenhauer. So that's really good. Hector, I really hope that this wonderful paper that you gave will be submitted through the open journal system, which is now our system of receiving applications. Submissions to the Overheard in Seville. And those of you who've already submitted, by the way, I'm going to ask to write to you to resubmit that way. But Hector, there's one point, just one little point that I want to focus on, and that is that the solipsism of the present moment is not the same as spirituality, and that Santayana was very much aware of the passage of time, of history. He, in fact, his most famous quote reflects that.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. I was not saying that Santayana's spiritual life is solipsism of the present moment. I was using, sort of that reference to talk about how he says that spirit is freed by animal faith and not pure reason. In other words, it's freed not by solipsism of the present moment. So yeah, I would agree with you.
Okay, Daniel, your hand was next.
Yeah, wonderful conference. Thank you, Herman, for your kind words. You well know that if you hadn't encouraged me way back in, I don't know when it was, to Boston at the conference, those letters would never have been founded. So actually, it's your merit that they were found. And thanks to Daniel and to Jose Beltran, we were able to come out. They did a wonderful job, and I will start. I won't be long, but I will start by the 4 presentations were wonderful. I have one little point of disagreement with Lydia. I don't think that you do justice to the sincere admiration of Santayana for Spinoza. Thank you for all the links to Schopenhauer. We know that he wanted to do his PhD on Schopenhauer and then was stuck with lots of, unfortunately, we would have had a great, that was a shame. So I just want to remind you what he says at the end of his introduction to the ethics in the Everyman's edition, which I always find extremely touching and uplifting. It's when he says that thanks to Spinoza, when people tell us that they have the key to all reality in their pockets or in their hearts, that they know who made the world and why, or know that everything is matter or that everything is mind, then Spinoza's notion of the absolutely infinite, which includes all possibilities, may profitably arise before us. It will counsel us to say to those little Gnostics, to those circumnavigators of being, I do not believe you, God is great. And I think that is a very important, it's not only the question of salvation, there's a real intellectual depth of Santayana to Spinoza.
Yeah, if I may say something, I agree with you. I just had 20 minutes. I know there is an intellectual depth, and he shows that, and he chooses to comment on Spinoza. Actually, I see Spinoza as his only interlocutor, the only person he really talks with in modern philosophy. So I completely agree with you. By saying that it's salvation, it's not to reduce, it's to show the pinnacle of the idea, the whole well-being of the person, the whole relationship to nature or to God. It's not to minimize, it's to show the depth and to where it goes, you know, to the highest goal as well. I agree, Daniel. Thank you for this comment.
I'm glad. And if I may, I just want to say a word because I think the 3 other papers show what a strange and wonderful philosopher Santayana is. I think, can we imagine a talk similar to Martin's start for Kant or for Hegel or even for Nietzsche, who had real friends? It's impossible. And yet Martin made a real solid abstract contribution by talking of biographical data about this guy. And that is something, I don't know exactly how to thematize this importance of the biographical in Santayana, but I think it is extremely important. Hector, I think you have given the first, it's the best summary of the continuities between the life of reason and spiritual life that I have read. Those 3 points are really important threads between those 2 periods of Santayana, and they show that there's only one, or there are many, many more. And Matt's wonderful exploration of crying. I mean, when we had the the conference in Opole, I made a presentation that Lydia kindly quoted on laughter, but I think that crying is a really good topic, and your link with the uncanny is absolutely wonderful, and that metaphor of the mannequins, the way you analyzed it, I loved it, and I hope to be able to read it and to read it leisurely. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Daniel. Leonarda, your hand was next.
Thank you. Well, I have a question for Martin, and then one for Hector and for Lydia, but just short questions. First, for Martin, very simple question. So Santayana's friendship, is it a relation which implies exclusiveness, individuality, and finally, what about jealousy? And then I go on, sorry. So for Hector, well, I also appreciate much in line with Daniel said. I appreciated very much his idea of continuity in Santayana's thought about reason and spirituality. And I want to ask if he thinks that self-knowledge, since it is a way to free oneself, can be understood as a way to access to the truth. I mean, not the truth from an epistemological point of view, but an ethical truth, And then to Lydia, I want to say that reading three philosophical poets, if I understood right, Santayana makes a difference between Epicurus and Lucretius. I think that he sees Lucretius more I don't know if the word is right at the moment, is inwardly, in touch with the world, and that is his nature and the whole as a way for immortality. Not the individual. The individual is mortal, but into the world, it can have, it can look for friendship, to care of others, and this is a way to see oneself not as a way of salvation out of the world, but in the world. So in this, and I think that Santayana also make a difference between Lucretius and Epicuro, just putting Lucretius in line with Spinoza, if I understood right. So that's why. But thanks to everybody, because I found a lot of suggestions in your presentations.
Did anybody want to reply to Leonardo? We can start. Yeah, Martin.
So the first thing I think of is Santayana talking about in friendship, liability is limited. And he's, I think it's when he's commenting on that, on his friendship with Frank Russell in the autobiography. I mean, he talks about how they can't be exclusive. He talks in other places in The Birth of Reason, in a piece that I think was a draft that was not included in Dominations and Powers about friendship. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. And people, he observes that people are friends in spots, like so the minds come together, but they're not identical. There's not this total eclipse by one of the other. So it seems that he wants to say no, they're not exclusive. Friendship isn't exclusive. And it makes me think I may have overstated something in my paper when I said there aren't ideals that are required for friendship. I mean, it sure seems like freedom is pretty important for Santayana's idea of friendship. So I think I need to revise the way that I put that. But because the freedom is important, there can't be that kind of exclusivity that leads to jealousy. And so the jealousy, because the friendship is, there's a shared interest in ideals, not in an idealized person, not in the friend. They come together, friends, we come together, as he says, in the imagination or in the appreciation of ideals. And for Santayana, that excludes jealousy, that true friendship can't, jealousy and true friendship can't exist together.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to respond? Oh, Lydia, please.
I think Hector would like, before me, maybe the question was to Hector before mine.
Hector, would you?
Yeah, so just very quickly, in response to this question. So yeah, Santayana argues that, the key to a good life is, you need self-knowledge and just enough knowledge about the world in order to perceive what options are open to you and favorable to your true interests. And the true interest part is pretty important. This is something that, Professor Tiller and myself have talked about before, which is, how do we achieve that kind of self-knowledge? Is it, merely through introspection? Is it important to know about the sciences and of this thing that we own right between our heads, right, our brain, and to figure out that kind of thing? And also, to what extent would it be useful to have a third party comment on us and who we are, right? Sort of talking to a therapist as a way of figuring out what are your true interests. What are the sort of requisite material requirements for us to be able to do that? Don't have a really solid answer to that, but I do find it to be an interesting question, and one that I think is going to be explored in Santayana's scholarship fairly soon. Hint, hint.
Lydia.
Okay, I thank you very much for your question. It's true that you differentiate between Lucretius and Epicurus. I was just tracing what he says about salvation everywhere in his writings. But your question enables me to address something that may be of controversy and spoil the mood. So I'm very sorry to do that. Santayana repeatedly says that spirit first looks for happiness, but then for salvation. And he repeatedly says that salvation is from the world, and that Christianity talks about salvation from the world. So in his criticism of various other forms of salvation before him, of Lucretius and of Spinoza, this is an important part of it, I think. So it wouldn't go so far as Schopenhauer, that talks really about the will negating himself completely. Of course, Santayana offers peace, love, and a kind of feeling of eternity in this world, but he wants to be saved from the world. So all other things he says are optimism, Judaic view, Protestant view. There's a lot to be said here about that insistence of Santayana. And he continues here Schopenhauer and not Spinoza. Spinoza, in my view, remains with no hairs, unfortunately. Nietzsche may think he's a hair, he's not. This is another topic. It's about Spinoza, not about Santayana. So, yes, of course, he admires Spinoza, but Spinoza gives half of the picture. And if I read Santayana well, And he says somewhere that he's very saddened by the fact that some people may think he has written only the realm of reason. And he says somewhere else that everything that he has written or criticized was according to spirit interests. And he said that he found this philosophy through that was native in him. So if I reconstruct all that, I see that actually Santayana is offering, and he says actually the secret origin or the true meaning of the Christian notions. So as Spinoza did, Spinoza took Christian notions and gave new meanings to them. So does Santayana, but in a spirit that he thinks represents best Christianity. And it's not in the world, it's from the world.
Sorry if I insist, but the what Hector said before was for me very, I agree with him when he underlined many times that Santayana's spirituality is something that freed himself from worldliness, not from the world, not from the world, not from the world.
I agree. Worldliness, social action, political action, of course, I agree. Worldliness, but it's in this world, it's not in another world. In this, I see him as continuing the Spinozian tradition.
Well,
this is the innovation that I see in Spinoza in modern philosophy. And this is where I think that Santayana really has a great admiration for these feats. And I agree with Hector and what you said, worldliness.
Thank you.
Oh, Michael's had his hand up for a while. Please, Michael, go ahead.
Thanks, Glenn. And thank you to all the speakers for their excellent comments today. I'm sorry I don't have more time to remark on all of them, but Hector, I wanted to say I really enjoyed your paper, and a couple of thoughts occur to me that might be helpful to you as you develop this. One is that you seem to be saying that the spiritual life is of a piece with the life of reason. And I think that's right if by the spiritual life you mean spirit deployed in the life of reason in various ways, ranging from the narrowly utilitarian to pure enjoyment of intrinsic value. But in Platonism and the spiritual life, Santayana does distinguish between the spiritual life on the one hand and spirituality on the other, which he calls disintoxication from the influence of values. And I think if that sort of distinction holds, so the distinction between spirituality and the spiritual life or spirit deployed in the life of reason, then spirituality doesn't seem to be cut from the same cloth as the life of reason. And Santayana does add to the confusion around this, because in the realm of spirit, as you say, he talks about spirituality in terms of union with the good, which sounds like a value. But he works that out a little bit. And by that, I mean the relation between spirituality and the good in an address called Ultimate Religion, which you may know, which is about the sort of spirituality that he finds in Spinoza. So all of that to say that you might benefit from looking at that paper again, if you know it, or if you don't know it, from looking at it in the first place.
Yeah, so this is the common disagreement that I have probably with a lot of scholars of Santayana's spiritual life. I happen to be of the camp that they can coexist. I happen to agree with Santayana that they are concomitant, right? In his own words there. And the way I interpret his notion of having a disintoxication from values is not to say that it's to sort of have an aversion to values, to leave values altogether, but merely not to be intoxicated by them. And that comes down to this concept of detachment being that sort of harmonious point between being very close and attached to what we value and the instrumentalities of life, versus cultivating a kind of detachment where we can experience those values with a different frame of mind. And it's also why I point out in Realms of Being, how he's very consistent about talking about how it's not, cutting ourselves off from the world. So this is sort of the view I was discussing when I say that his spiritual life is more than those, so-called moments of pure intuition. It's not just a fleeting to this blank ecstasy, but is still a part of being in the world. This is probably a much longer conversation that's beyond the scope of this conference, and I anticipated that we would be having this conversation. So I think we should have some conversations back and forth, maybe in writing through email, because that will also help me draft.
That sounds great. Let's do it.
Okay, David, your hand's been up for a while. Oh, I think your mic's not on, David.
There we go. So this has been a really eye-opening conference for me, and I appreciate everything that has been said. This intoxication issue is very important in my work, and I have a lot to ask about this, but I really want to direct my comment to Martin. I'm afraid a little distracted. I don't have the Hector's serenity when it comes to the distractions of the technology, so I may have missed something in your talk because of the technical thing. But the distinction between ideal friendship and actual friendship, I'm not sure that you meant that as a distinction, but I was wondering if the idea of friendship being ideal sympathy and shared ideals in the rather high-minded way that I think Santayana must have meant them. Is there any kind of elitism going on here? Because I'm wondering what kind of relationship one could have with people who don't have, that Santayana could have with people that don't have his intellectual training and interests, but still are humans and still are part of the larger society in which he circulates. And I'm wondering if there's any room in that concept for that, or if there is something else that we could say to explain what might be involved in that.
And yeah, the title was a second reservation I had, apart from the claim about not being necessary ideals. And I've gone back and forth on that. So I appreciate you pointing that out. I think there's a tension there. But yeah, the other question about friends with, I mean, I think you're friends with who you're friends with. And on the one hand, I don't think that entails a kind of elitism. I mean, I guess it does if there are elites or social elites. But I think what's, if I'm wrong, I think maybe what your question makes me think of, what I would be concerned about is maybe what Santayana talks about when he talks about charity, when he talks about compassion, or as Hector suggested, it's similar to loving kindness. That's hugely important for many of the problems that would come with how I experience elitism, either in myself or others. But as far as friendship, I mean, one of the things that Santayana is pointing out is that it can take you unawares. People it doesn't seem to make sense to you to be friends with. And I mean, I think that could be a kind of elitism if you're an elitist. But not necessarily. I don't think it's built into his understanding of friendship.
So that ideals are broader than sort of rarefied notions that come when we're in philosophy class or when we're in literature class.
They're the things that inform your life and that you're conscious of. I think that he would be the sort of thing where you do have a kind of self-awareness. So the sort of friendship he's talking about, I think, does depend on the kind of culture that allows for reason, right? And I think in an unjust society, in an oppressive society, friendship dies. I think that's a genuine problem. I think it's a problem. I think Masha Gessen writes about this, and Masha Gessen, there, the journalist who's written a lot of good stuff about Russia, and writes in the New Yorker, and talks about the toll. There's a book, Surviving Autocracy, but from these the sorts of observations that they make, it seems like the sort of friendship that Santayana is talking about will suffer in an unjust society, in an oppressive society. And if this means people are often on the short end of economic injustice and political injustice, can't have friendships, that's part of the suffering.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I would also add, I also talks about this in the capabilities approach. I think it's also that friendship is limited when society doesn't allow for your development.
One more hand here, and it's Richard's.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick observation that Matt, like Daniel, I appreciate, boy, you're bringing in the Freud's uncanny, the discussion of the mannequins and the crying, all of that's great. But to you and to Hector, who appealed to some more on Santayana and psychotherapy, if you haven't read Jessica Wahman's Narrative Naturalism, which addresses that topic directly and uses Santayana in a way that informs a reading of Freud, it's very worthwhile.
Yeah, the longer version of the paper, I have analysis of her, and she's great. She's a great resource. Yeah, there are others who've written, kind of made connections, I think, between Santayana and Freud, but her book is, everybody should read it. Thank you.
That looks like all the hands that the virtual room. So thank you, everybody. Well done. And I will pass the microphone over to Kasia.
Thank you, Glenn. So first of all, thank you for these 4 presentations.
Kasia, it looks like there's some hands. I don't know if there were, that was a.
Sorry?
I thought there were hands up, but that was the applause sign, not the hand.
Okay, so once again, thank you for all the 4 presentations this session, which were wonderful, and also, of course, the remaining presentations of all the remaining sessions during the conference were very good, but these 4 had one distinctive feature, I think. They were also moving. I personally feel moved by all these 4 presentations. So they were somehow perfect ending for our conference. And Lydia talking about salvation. Can there be a better topic for the very last speech? I don't think so. One very small technical clarification question to Matt. Matt, you defined twice, I think, spirit, very briefly, but I could not understand what you were saying. You said that spirit is love. I did not understand that.
Entranced love. Yeah, it's actually a quote from Santayana from Realms of Being. You know, I was just sort of mostly in a provocative way suggesting that if I had to give a single answer to the question of how you define spirit, I would say entranced love. But I do try to make, in the longer version of this paper, which is not yet complete, I want to work that out more fully and say something in relation to a traumatized mannequin boy.
Right,
I'm gonna start a band. I'm gonna start a band called Traumatized Mannequin Boy, I think.
Okay, thanks. Yes, so, and Herman has asked me for the first time yesterday. I couldn't do it, so I think I cannot escape it today, even though I'm really not good at self-promotion and etc. So I usually avoid talking about my own work. But if I am to say something which concerns the chapter and the article mentioned by Herman, which is one devoted to justice and love and charity. Well, this is one of the sub-chapters of my new book, which was published 2 months ago, but I still haven't received it. So I cannot show you this book. I don't have any copy of it. So, but prior to the book, there was an article published in Limbo. It's a shorter version or preliminary version of the chapter. And just very briefly, what I'm trying to do there is I'm trying to interpret Santayana's views on justice, because as you know, there is no coherent theory by Santayana of justice. So I'm trying to gather his scattered view on justice and give an interpretation which I ground in the idea of love, and in particular in 2 different aspects of love. One is charity, and the other very different one is a erotic love in the Platonic sense. So I can just read two or three sentences from the abstract. I interpret Santayana's conception of justice in terms of harmony and charity, which, as I claim, may be recognized as 2 facets of love. 2 universal human incentives are evoked as possible empirical motivations behind justice: to idealize the other and to feel compassion for them. In other words, particular attention is paid to the potential excellence of others and their actual suffering. Furthermore, having assumed that diversity is an irremovable human and social fact, justice is viewed as an expression of reason's attempt to organize the empirical diversity in a harmonious way. And what I do further on is with reference to other thinkers, because this is in general my method is very dialogical. I like to evoke others. So with reference to Paul Ricoeur's ruminations on justice and love, and then with reference to Schopenhauer, who was mentioned by Lydia many times today, but also to John Rawls and Richard Rorty, I try to show that Santayana's idea of justice is a modern one and potentially universalistic and able to avoid certain problems related to abstract and procedural theories of justice. So that's it. If anyone is interested, you can just reach for link. No, oh, I cannot show it. It's because of the background, I think. Sorry, you know, the last number of Limbo. So thanks once again. I think it's the time to finish the whole event, to close the whole event. So thank you all for coming here, for accepting my invitations. I really did not expect the response to be such. At the beginning, I didn't even hope that everybody will be finally willing to join us here. So I'm very happy. was the first event of this type organized by me, so there were certainly some mistakes, like too little time for discussion and so on. But in general, I think we have all profited from this meeting. And for me, it was really a great pleasure. So thank you from all my heart. Of course, also on behalf of the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology of Polish Academy of Sciences. And I hope to stay in touch with all of you.
Thank you.
Can we turn our mics on, please, so we can give Kasia a round of applause so she can hear it instead of just seeing hands flapping in the air.